The darkness was comfortable for me. Chapter 109, Demon Lord and Hero. TL note: whoa, guys. The sponsored chapters are just going up at this point. I am really thankful to you all, but at this rate, I won't be able to finish them at all. Haha, let's begin. Inside the pitch black fog of darkness, there was an icosahedron that's a deeper darkness than that. Marchosius was losing its temper and squirming around trying to get out. However, the dark coffin isn't that easy to destroy. The darkness of darkness fog is reinforcing the darkness in here and increasing its potency. Spirit energy was being drained out from my body constantly to a never-before degree. It is a powerful restraining ability, but the cost is high. I have to change my way of using it compared to bind, which only costs a bit of spirit energy each use, or my spirit energy will end up running dry in an instant. I have my own spirit energy plus the energy the spirits lend me thanks to the effect of affection of spirits, but it is not like I can use abilities infinitely. I would say around 90% of the ability's cost is being shouldered by the spirits. However, that also means I am supplying that 10%. It would be more appropriate to say that I am using 10% in order to serve as the trigger of activation for the ability. At any rate, that 10% is always being used, so even if I can use 10 times more abilities than your regular person, if I continuously use powerful abilities, I will run out of gas quickly. This is a battle against time. I jumped inside the dark coffin. Only a dark spirit user clad in darkness fog can enter this coffin of darkness. Let's put an end to this. Whether you can get away from these restraints, or you die before that. Hikaru. The right side of its face was gouged out by the photon ray of Refria, blood pulsing out from it, and the remaining left eye was shining crimson even inside this darkness. It really makes me feel the infinite stamina a Demon Lord has. I jumped onto the back of the Demon Lord that was desperately struggling, trying to get out from the bindings of darkness. The lion's back of Marchosius covered in hard fur was hot, and it made me feel the life force of a Demon Lord. But no matter how powerful and fiendish of a natural enemy it is towards humanity, there's one weakness. I put all of my weight into it, and swung my short sword downwards onto the spirit vein center the base of its neck. Hikaru. The Demon Lord roars as if it were bringing it out from the depths of its entrails. It is a situation where it can barely move at all. However, the bleeding from its wounds were making its whole body tremble. I bring my short sword down over and over again while still straddling the back of Marchosius. Yet, my short sword was bouncing off with each strike, unable to penetrate that fur and muscle armor. Spirit energy is leaving my body ceaselessly in order to maintain the dark coffin. Because of my spirit energy running dry, even though I am in deep darkness, my vision was dying red. The Demon Lord is also not silently taking my hits. It is shaking its body and mustering its full power. Every passing moment, spirit energy leaves my body. But not only that, the wild shaking of the Demon Lord was also sapping away at my stamina and making my aim unsteady. My arms were shaking and it was getting hard to even hold onto my short sword. Damn it, not even this much is enough? Hikaru. Massive amounts of blood were coming out from the neck of the Demon Lord. However, the tough body was not allowing the passing of attacks to its weak point. The short sword has enough sharpness. The problem is my own physical strength. I was breathing heavily and my vision was narrowing. In this pivotal opportunity, I can't deal a finishing blow. Damn it. How about this then? Hikaru. I hold my short sword aloft and bring it down with reckless abandon. However, due to the Demon Lord wiggling its body heavily, I missed the weak point, and it was stabbed onto the back. And at the same time, the binding power of the dark coffin drops slightly. My spirit energy is about to run out. I could feel that reality sink in. Things are getting bad. The next instant that crossed my mind. Dispel. That word from the Demon Lord melted the dark coffin. At that very moment, I was immediately shaken off its back, and crashed pitifully on the ground. When I looked up, there was the Demon Lord that had its right eye shine fiercely despite having lost half of its face. It let out a hot sigh of fire. It was as if Marchosius was laughing. Death. I could feel that certain feeling caress my back. Countless fangs inside the giant mouth of the Demon Lord, and the fire that flickers from that mouth. My life will be taken away the next instant by those fangs, claws, or fire. The dense presence of death was making me have no choice but to prepare myself for the conclusion. The darkness had been erased by the dispel of the Demon Lord, and it had completely set its sight on me. The jaws of Marchosius opened widely and approached, attempting to bite off my neck. But at that moment, an intense flash happened in front of me. That light, so powerful it threatened to burn my retinas, made it impossible for me to open my eyes. A shout filled with fighting spirit rang, and sounds of collision happened intermittently. The sound of deft footsteps, the noise of blows, and the sounds of a sword cutting the wind. Guru. What was reflected in my eyes after they had finally recovered enough to see something was the great sword of Rafria having wounded Marchosius as if attempting to cut off its head. The strength on the limbs of Marchosius were leaving them with its head half split. Light was dissipating from its red shining eyeballs. Guru. The Demon Lord raises a death cry as it perishes. And at the same time, a chaotic spirit stone in a size I have never seen before fell onto the ground. I looked at that half dumbstruck while still groveling on the ground. Defeated? Did we defeat it? I could hear cheers of what? From afar, I could see Alex and the others running here. Yay! We did it. We have defeated the scary one. Kyakia. The voices of the spirits rode the wind and reached my ears. The sinister presence that was ruling the place until now had disappeared. The Demon Lord has died. We won. We managed to win with only us. Congratulations. You are the first chosen who has achieved a Demon Lord subjugation. As a first-time bonus, you will be granted 3 points. Congratulations. You have managed to defeat a Demon Lord, so you have now obtained the hero title. This being your first title acquisition, you will be granted 1 point as a bonus. The 3-point loan return has been done. It has been a while since I have gotten a god announcement. Alex is probably getting those same announcements. The one who dealt the killing blow was Rafria. But I am being treated as having subjugated it, so Alex should be falling into the same category. Fufu. I am a hero, rather than me. It is Rafria who is the hero, and I am the party member, Hikaru. Well, it is most likely a simple title that's given to everyone. It is fortunate that I got 1 point, but there's no point in the title itself. Hikaru, are you okay? Rafria runs to me, who is sitting on the ground. That figure of hers showing a shining smile celebrating our victory was strangely dazzling in my eyes. The Demon Lord was far stronger than I thought. The only saving was that it didn't spam its chaotic abilities. If it had spammed them, we would have lost. Leaving aside Dispel, there's no means to stop fear, making it uncounterable. I am okay. You too, Rafria. You seem to be okay. Hikaru, wait. Are you really okay? Rafria. Yeah, I might have pushed myself a bit there. I leave the rest to you. Hikaru. Hikaru. Rafria. Maybe because of the relief of defeating a Demon Lord, my consciousness grows further away. I didn't manage to revive Nanami, but I had a sense of fulfillment that I did the best I could. I let go of my consciousness. Chapter 110. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 3799th. 2. Anonymous from Earth. I didn't expect to cry from Hikaru. 6. Anonymous from Earth. I am also crying. Man, Hikaru is impressive. He really gave it his all. 7. Anonymous from Earth. Hero. 11. Anonymous from Earth. Getting the title of hero once you defeat a Demon Lord. So the Dark Great Mage has become the Dark Hero, huh? 12. Anonymous from Earth. That was crazy. In the end, they managed to finish this with only members of silver rank and below. 15. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, I will be going for a bit. Celica and Karen, don't I laughed a bit at that. 19. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. Refria, can you go for one more round? Refria, yeah. If it is one more time. I think I can. Karen, what exactly are they talking about again? I also like the simplicity of this one. 21. Anonymous from Earth. Man, seeing the Demon Lord up close is seriously crazy. The recent CG of monsters has gotten pretty real. But a real one is seriously a whole other level. Hikaru really has several screws loose being able to stand against it. 24. Anonymous from Earth. In other words, a hero. 29. Anonymous from Earth. Normally, you can't just go for a bit. 32. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen, I have fallen in love all over again. 34. Anonymous from Earth. We have fallen in love all over again as well. Even if it was a difficult situation where they had to buy time, I didn't expect them to actually finish it there. 37. Anonymous from Earth. But it is a shame with the viewer count race. 40. Anonymous from Earth. He actually got first in the race after all. 42. Anonymous from Earth. I am impressed he managed to defeat it, seriously. 44. Anonymous from Earth. But that really was cool. Being able to buy the scroll without any hesitation even when it meant forfeiting. 45. Anonymous from Earth. Being able to make that decision instantly even when he was first place really makes him a Runichin. 47. Anonymous from Earth. Well, you can only do that in that situation, right? 48. Anonymous from Earth. The trending on Twitter is all related to Hikaru. 55. Anonymous from Earth. From the top, Hikaru Refria Alex Joe Jordan March Oshia's Dark Coffin Photon Ray Demon Lord Hunting Horn Boy. 59. Anonymous from Earth. Hunting Horn Boy, Lumao. 63. Anonymous from Earth. Joe Jordan is for some reason trending like crazy among foreigners. 65. Anonymous from Earth. Jordan is nice, even though he looks weak. That reaction speed and being able to block the fire from the Demon Lord with his ability was cool. 69. Anonymous from Earth. There's a part of me thinking that if he could have stopped the recklessness of Refria beforehand, but asking that from a 15-year-old boy is just too harsh. 73. Anonymous from Earth. But because of that, he can't revive Nanamikan anymore. Hikaru did his best for the sake of that. 75. Anonymous from Earth. He decided for himself that he would be forfeiting. So he was making a refreshed face, right? Even Celica and Karen said that trying to become first place in the race had become a form of shackles instead for his life in that world. 80. Anonymous from Earth. A dark great mage and a hero. Most of all, his manliness for not hesitating at all when saving Refria-sama. Can't help falling in love there. 82. Anonymous from Earth. If he hadn't forfeited, would he have gotten first place? 84. Anonymous from Earth. In the viewer count race, there were still 2 days left, but he had gotten first place in the total ranking. So if he had maintained first place the whole time, it would have been possible. 87. Anonymous from Earth. So he can't revive Nanamikan, huh? He must be dismayed by this. 90. Anonymous from Earth. Even Celica and Karen were speechless at that moment after all. 93. Anonymous from Earth. It is not just the battle with the Demon Lord. It isn't rare for an explorer to die at any moment if they continue with that line of work. You could even say that it is the mistake of Hikaru for not readying the healing means beforehand. It is basically a miracle that she was even saved. If he hadn't been a chosen, she would have died 100% there. 98. Anonymous from Earth. We know that. We do, but we can't help but say it. 101. Anonymous from Earth. The two of twin, Sis did seem to have put quite a lot of money to support him after all. 106. Anonymous from Earth. This is not an issue about money. Not about money. 114. Anonymous from Earth. No, money is important. To win, sis are still middle schoolers. 119. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't even know about that either, so it can't be helped. 126. Anonymous from Earth. Well, but with his comrade having been gravely injured and about to die, there was no other choice. 133. Anonymous from Earth. That's true, but when something like that suddenly happens, you would normally hesitate. He was literally doing his best with his life on the line after all. He risked his life countless times, and finally managed to stretch his hands into reach. 138. Anonymous from Earth. He got first in the total rankings even when he was assuming all viewers hated him to death and was running solely with his emotions of wanting to revive Nanamikan. You know, there's no way you can throw it all away so easily. Even if he let Refurie-sama die there, him becoming first was almost assured at that point already. 140. Anonymous from Earth. But a demon lord showing up really is quite the impossible game. How many died there? 142. Anonymous from Earth. Not leaving corpses is plain harsh. 147. Anonymous from Earth. If you were to be exploring normally and ended up meeting and fighting the demon lord first, you would be completely done for. 152. Anonymous from Earth. No, your normal adventurer would have meat and smoke bombs to escape. That's what Alex said. 158. Anonymous from Earth. You can't escape from the demon lord. 164. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it does look like it would chase after you. 172. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if a demon lord battle is always like this or if it was just on this occasion, but I seriously thought, aren't they a bit too nonchalant about this? Jiljan, do your damn job. 178. Anonymous from Earth. The advance of the Demon Lord was probably way faster than what was estimated. Demon Lords are like a natural phenomenon, so their tendencies have already been analyzed and countermeasures have already been created. That's why it just crumbles when it strays from that. 182. Anonymous from Earth. It is their fault for using something like a hunting horn. For signaling, you really have to go with gongs. 189. Anonymous from Earth. Gong. Gong. J. Demon Lord. 195. Anonymous from Earth. Well, maybe using both gongs and hunting horns. I feel like they could do a lot of things if they were to bring drums. 200. Anonymous from Earth. It is like the construction works in the long past. They probably just think of people dying as the nature of the profession. 206. Anonymous from Earth. According to what the chosen in Alice Mary's have investigated, demon lords get stronger as they go up, and the longer it takes, the stronger that growth is. Each time they go up the floor, they get one chaotic trait, and their rank as a demon lord increases. If the demon lord comes outside, the chaotic element spreads around and it turns into hell. They normally get killed by great spirits before that happens, but in such cases, the dungeon collapses. That's basically the gist of it. 210. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, it means that it is different from your normal monster. 214. Anonymous from Earth. Don't the divine beasts or whatever defeat the demon lords? It ain't time to be giving presents to explorers, right? 222. Anonymous from Earth. There seems to not be much known about divine beasts. They are apparently crazy strong, so they probably can defeat a demon lord if they were to fight. 224. Anonymous from Earth. It is because Jordan kicked the hunting horn. 229. Anonymous from Earth. Those kinds of accidents or irregularities happen normally. You gotta report it and make countermeasures for them. 232. Anonymous from Earth. Chosen teaching the natives about the Heinrichs Triangle. 236. Anonymous from Earth. They do seem negligent compared to Alimari. Don't guilds communicate with each other in these regards? 243. Anonymous from Earth. It is a foreign country divided by the sea after all. There's apparently engineer-like people that draw up dungeons. They probably don't do much guiding in the ways to manage them though. 248. Anonymous from Earth. Alimari is so strong that there's no need to go through the trouble of dividing them between a strong team and weak team. That's how strong their parties are there. Melchior has to put more effort in raising their newbies. Or more like, the configuration of the dungeon is bad. The second floor and fourth floor are not suitable for hunting, and there's a lot who are only specialized in the third floor. And the result of that is this. 255. Anonymous from Earth. Well, they have managed to do fine with this way of doing things. The style of defeating it with the strong parties can manage to defeat it fast without any deaths if the rug isn't pulled on them after all. 259. Anonymous from Earth. I do feel like they simply took the choice of high risk high return. 266. Anonymous from Earth. High risks are not noticed in the time when things go well. It is human to feel things are just easy. 273. Anonymous from Earth. It really should be a gong, or a chime would be nice too. Let's send that message to Hikaru. 279. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't read them. 289. Anonymous from Earth. Alex got intimidated by being told deaths always happen in Demon Lord subjugations. There's probably deaths actually showing up every time, and the guild isn't too bothered by that. 293. Anonymous from Earth. The guild is fine with anything as long as the Demon Lord is defeated after all. 300. Anonymous from Earth. Silver ranks are basically on the fourth place from the top and are simply on the level of competent enough. Putting it in gaming perspective, it would be around the stage where you can finally buy an iron sword. In other words, people you can replace as much as you want. 308. Anonymous from Earth. Life isn't endless. 314. Anonymous from Earth. They become stones when they die, so there's probably a lack of reality to their deaths. 317. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, Hikaru did well. He was simply a fresh explorer and a bronze rank porter after all. 321. Anonymous from Earth. Silver rank is a rank where there's a lot of difference in power among it. Even Refrie-sama is a silver rank. And the weakling party that got defeated instantly was also silver rank. 330. Anonymous from Earth. Refria also was on the verge of dying with just one hit of the Demon Lord. 333. Anonymous from Earth. I always end up speaking things from a viewer point of view, like if only Hikaru would have done this. The best move on defined scenarios can only be spoken about here because we are watching from the outside. And it isn't so simple as just doing it because they have been told to. Messages apparently reached Alex, but he didn't have any leeway to read them. Even if he did, there would be no hardships in this world if you could solve things that way. 339. Anonymous from Earth. If I had been actually there in flesh and bones, I would have been blowing the horn while crying. 346. Anonymous from Earth. I would also be cast as the hunting horn boy. 351. Anonymous from Earth. It really hit that the camera would show the hunting horn boy every now and then. 358. Anonymous from Earth. He was desperately blowing while in tears after all. No, I was already filled to the brim with desperation while watching in real time. But now that I think back on it, that sight was strangely comical. 365. Anonymous from Earth. 333. I also think I have to work, but I just can't bring myself to do it, so I understand that feeling. 371. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that a bit different? No, with how we all are glued to a bulletin board at this late in the night. We are all probably fish in the same tank here. 382. Anonymous from Earth. The magic cannon of Rafriasama was crazy powerful. 387. Anonymous from Earth. Don't call it magic cannon. 391. Anonymous from Earth. It is light, so maybe it is practically like a neutral element attack. Light and darkness really are special elements. 396. Anonymous from Earth. They might be. I do feel light spirit abilities are a bit up with them having both healing abilities and attack abilities of high caliber in their repertoire. 400. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Rafriasama shooting the photon ray together looked a bit like them cutting their wedding cake. 408. Anonymous from Earth. You would be killed for that comment if Celica and Karen read it. 409. Anonymous from Earth. Demon Lord equals wedding cake. 410. Anonymous from Earth. It is clearly unfair to bring out a particle beam cannon in a fight with fire and water. 413. Anonymous from Earth. Be it light or photon ray, I don't know if to call it light element or electricity element. 420. Anonymous from Earth. Mobile Suit Gundam. Rafria. 423. Anonymous from Earth. Stop that, Ulmao. 426. Anonymous from Earth. She does fight with a sword and has a beam attack after all. 429. Anonymous from Earth. Also a stun grenade. 423. Anonymous from Earth. If light made noise too, it would be invincible against people. 440. Anonymous from Earth. The solar flare is a handy technique that works even against strong characters. 447. Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, the Demon Lord was totally a chimera. 453. Anonymous from Earth. But even though it is a world that has nothing to do with Earth, the Demon Lord Marchosius showed up, right? That's a demon of Solomon. Maybe it really has some relation with Earth. 459. Anonymous from Earth. Gundam Marchosius. 470. Anonymous from Earth. That actually exists, so don't. 476. Anonymous from Earth. A Marquis of Hell commanding 30 legions of demons. Marchosius. Ha. From Wiki. Even the picture matches. 479. Anonymous from Earth. The truth of that parallel world has been inquired a whole ton already in other places, so there's no point in speaking about it in detail here. But there's apparently no doubt that it is some sort of connection to Earth in some way. 487. Anonymous from Earth. It is a world created by God, so isn't it just that the small details are the same? It is totally a fantasy world after all. 493. Anonymous from Earth. It is true that it is such a fantasy world that it even feels silly to theorize about it. 500. Anonymous from Earth. It is a isekai fantasy to the point that Marchosius has shown up. 507. Anonymous from Earth. It is already that since the point where elves showed up. 512. Anonymous from Earth. Well, there's no doubt there's some sort of hand involved by God. We can't tell whether this is a world that existed in the first place or not. 515. Anonymous from Earth. The mass hallucination theory still hasn't been denied completely after all. 518. Anonymous from Earth. There's Viscount class and all that business. But what's that about Lord? 522. Anonymous from Earth. It may be called a demon lord, but until it actually comes out from the dungeon, it is still a being that is on the way to becoming a demon lord. It is when it comes out from the dungeon that it gets the Lord class demon lord. 527. Anonymous from Earth. That it was appraised as a Viscount while still in the 4th floor state means that in the 3rd floor it was a Count, 2nd floor a Marquis, 1st floor a Duke, and once it comes to the outside, it is Lord class, right? 530. Anonymous from Earth. Most likely if we go by the monster appraisal. 532. Anonymous from Earth. Lord class has a weird ring to it. 536. Anonymous from Earth. A great demon lord has apparently shown up before after all. That must be the King of Kings. I don't know if it is a sovereign or an emperor or whatever though. 540. Anonymous from Earth. Even so, didn't it come way too fast to the 3rd floor? Shouldn't it have taken more time for it to come up? 547. Anonymous from Earth. It depends on the type of demon lord. There's the slime type that are super slow. Moreover, camouflage on the walls which has shown before, in Alice Mary's. This time it was a wolf type, so it must have been fast. 551. Anonymous from Earth. A speedy demon lord. 555. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the new spirit ability of Hikaru too broken? 560. Anonymous from Earth. I feel like even in the whole parallel world there aren't many who can use Dark Coffin. 567. Anonymous from Earth. Dark Coffin is certainly impressive, but the darkness is so dense that unless you analyze the image, you can barely see the silhouette. Gotta send more tickets to God again. 570. Anonymous from Earth. It was finally implemented and we were just recently able to see the silhouettes inside the fog, so I don't know man. 573. Anonymous from Earth. Even though that was the sweetest moment of them all, I felt blue-balled. 576. Anonymous from Earth. And here I thought there weren't that many parties participating in the Demon Lord battle. There were a number of guys inside the mist that were just watching the battle without participating, showing up in the camera every so often. 584. Anonymous from Earth. I confirmed in the vid. That's true. Are these guys for real? 587. Anonymous from Earth. They came close after hearing the sound of the hunting horn of the boy, but they got chicken legs because the demon lord looked dangerous. 591. Anonymous from Earth. Looks like Fear won and they ran away. It was 3 parties worth, so 18 people. 593. Anonymous from Earth. That's horrible. 595. Anonymous from Earth. They probably had no intentions of fighting the Demon Lord in the first place. Aren't those people who are just aiming for the participation reward? 599. Anonymous from Earth. The people that were killed by the dive of the Demon Lord can't even cry because of those pathetic bastards. 605. Anonymous from Earth. Well, the phrase of the hunting horn boy was a complete mess, so they can just say they didn't know where they had to go and they would probably get away scot-free. 612. Anonymous from Earth. Those guys, even if they had participated, there was a high chance they would have been wiped out if Hikaru wasn't there after all. You could even say they are intelligent for treasuring their lives. 622. Anonymous from Earth. It is a subjugation organized by the guild, so the things that didn't go well are all the fault of the guild. They should at least place a commander on site or something. 631. Anonymous from Earth. This does look like a matter that the guild should have led properly using their influential power. But demon lords are originally things that explorers should be defeating themselves. The reward apparently goes to the explorer that defeats it after all. 640. Anonymous from Earth. Explorers seem to hate influential people after Rauniitilda. 645. Anonymous from Earth. They are a gathering of ruffians after Rauniitilda. 648. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, who is going to be first place in the viewer count race? 655. Anonymous from Earth. Must be Jean-Ichan. I don't know who she will be reviving though. 661. Anonymous from Earth. Jean-Ichan seems to be from pretty complicated origins too after all. Maybe she will revive her parents. 666. Anonymous from Earth. The person herself doesn't say anything about it, so there's no knowing. 670. Anonymous from Earth. So Hikaru couldn't do it, huh? But not being able to revive the dead is a natural thing. and reviving them goes against the laws of nature. It is a good thing that he didn't make his childhood friend into a being close to a god. 674. Anonymous from Earth. Resurrections are a pretty special thing in religions after all. 680. Anonymous from Earth. But even with that, I would have wanted Nana Mikan to be revived. 685. Anonymous from Earth. We would also be able to know who the culprit is. 693. Anonymous from Earth. What if it really was Hikaru? 697. Anonymous from Earth. Nothing would happen. Celica and Karen might be flamed for it though. 700. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, Celica's prediction of she can use photon ray now was totally correct. I got goosebumps when I saw that. She is a seer already. 702. Anonymous from Earth. If Celica were to go out with a man, she would be able to see through his lies in an instant. 706. Anonymous from Earth. She even said that she liked men who were bad at lying. 709. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, Hikaru has been fast asleep this whole time. Is he going to die here? 716. Anonymous from Earth. The veteran party's water spirit Yuzichin said that his life is not at risk here, so he should be okay. 718. Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama wiping the body of the sleeping Hikaru with her face red was truly nice. 722. Anonymous from Earth. But he will be leaving Refrie-sama now, right? 729. Anonymous from Earth. Refrie-sama can't pass the Templar exam if she can't use the beam cannon, so she came to train. Now that she can shoot the beam, there's no point in being here, and Hikaru told her clearly that they can't be together. 733. Anonymous from Earth. Even though Refrie-sama loves him. 740. Anonymous from Earth. I think that goes the same for Hikaru. 748. Anonymous from Earth. There's no virgin who wouldn't fall in love with Refrie-sama in a situation like that. 754. Anonymous from Earth. Even if you are not a virgin, a pretty damn high percentage of the Earth population must have fallen in love with Refrie-sama. 768. Anonymous from Earth. It is because Hikaru understands this that he chose to separate from her after all. 777. Anonymous from Earth. I don't mind if they do their sexy time hidden in the darkness, so please no farewells. I would be plain crushed. 779. Anonymous from Earth. Celica said just now that it was a good thing that Refria didn't die. It is better for Hikaru to be together with Refria. Being alone is painful. 786. Anonymous from Earth. Did Celica say that? 792. Anonymous from Earth. Didn't he become friends with Alex? 800. Anonymous from Earth. Alex's party can really heal you, like seriously. 804. Anonymous from Earth. Now that you mention it, what was the result of Alex's viewer count race? 807. Anonymous from Earth. 13th. As of now, it might go up a bit more, but it would be hard for him to get in the top 10. 819. Anonymous from Earth. Greater than 786. Celica, it is great that Refriason didn't die. If that had happened, Unichan would have suffered even more than before. It is a shame what happened with the viewer count race, but the reason why we were supporting Unichan was so that he didn't push himself too much. The fact that he actually managed to get first place definitely served in reducing his recklessness. Karen, that's right Niitilda. I do want Nanaeman to come back to life, but the one we think the most of is Ane. Celica, as long as he is alive. This is just my intuition speaking here, but I think God will eventually be giving an Earth return right in the future. That's why we will protect Unichan until that happens. That's our biggest goal. Celica and Karen, that's why we won't forgive anyone who brings harm to our brother. 828. Anonymous from Earth. Scary. 835. Anonymous from Earth. How were they raised to become this serious? 840. Anonymous from Earth. It is because they are still children. They are children. 859. Anonymous from Earth. And yet, they are letting go the culprit that killed their brother, Nanamikan, and her family. Huh. Can't they hack a security camera to find him? 976. Anonymous from Earth. Greater than 859. Do you really think we haven't done that? 979. Anonymous from Earth. Scary. Chapter 111. Waking Up and Demon Lord Subjugation Reward Relaxation Party. Yoon. Where's this place? Hikaru. When I woke up, I was in an unknown room. If I remember correctly, we somehow defeated the Demon Lord. And I have no memories of what happened after that. I may be calling it an unknown room, but it is of course not the white room where there's only a PC. But a room of some inn. Someone must have brought me here when I was unconscious. Sua. Hikaru. I heard someone breathing by my side, and when I looked there, the platinum blonde color entered my vision. Maybe she was looking after me who was unconscious. She had her head on the bed and was sleeping. Now that I think about it, this is the room that Rafria is staying in. Her equipment is laying against the wall. Rafria. Hikaru. I tried calling her, and after grooming herself a bit, she woke up. HNN. Rafria. Good morning. If you sleep in a place like that, you are going to catch a cold, you know? Hikaru. Hikaru. What a relief. Rafria. Rafria stood up and hugged me, and a sweet scent melted my nostrils. Her long platinum blonde hair brushed my neck and it was ticklish. I was surprised by the sudden development. You are Tilda. What a relief. Such a relief, Tilda. I thought you wouldn't wake up anymore. Rafria. You are overblowing it here. I just lost consciousness for a bit. Hikaru. It wasn't just for a bit. Hikaru. You have been sleeping for 2 days, you know? Rafria. For 2 days? Hikaru. Maybe I had received more damage than expected. That's sleeping way too much no matter how you slice it. Or more like, that's close to being in a coma, right? Can you get up? Rafria. Yeah. Hikaru. I have no experience of having slept for 2 whole days in my life. Even when I ran out of spirit energy inside the forest, I woke up a few minutes later even if it was from being attacked by a monster. It wouldn't be strange for my body to show any negative effects. There's not really anywhere that feels off. Hikaru. I felt a bit dizzy when I stood up from the bed, but there wasn't anywhere that hurt enough to be worth noting. That's great. Hikaru, you pushed yourself at the end there. I was really worried, you know? Rafria. No. At the time, everyone was pushing themselves quite a lot there. Thinking about it calmly, it might have been better to run away with everyone without overexerting ourselves. Hikaru. I don't know if it was because of the adrenaline or because of some sense of duty to not let the Demon Lord escape, but the choice of running away had disappeared from my mind. I had already been deemed as having forfeited in the viewer count race, so there was probably no need for me to push myself there. Well, there's no point worrying about that now though. Anyways, it is great that we managed to win. Rafria, you saved me there. I was sure I would be killed there. Hikaru. I was ready, so that I could spring to action at any moment. Thanks to the spirits lending me their strength, a bit of my spirit energy had come back after all. Rafria. Now that you have subjugated a demon lord, there's no doubt you will be blowing through that Templar exam. Hikaru. Rafria. The moment I said that, Rafria let out a short sigh and her expression darkened. She has succeeded in learning the photon ray that was her obstacle to becoming a Templar. That meant that she had finally lost the reason to continue being an adventurer in this city. In other words, there's no reason for us to be together. My whole life is being broadcasted, so I can't be with Rafria. Rafria can become a Templar now, so she will return to her homeland. Now that I think about it, I remember having quite a lot of scrapes, but they are already gone. Hikaru. I lifted up my clothes and blatantly changed the topic. When the topic is about Templars, It always falls into a talk about us separating no matter what. It doesn't seem like Rafria wants to touch that topic right now. After that battle, the people of the Crimson Vials arrived, and they healed you with spirit abilities. You were terribly injured too, you know, Hikaru? Rafria, I see. I wasn't really aware. I have to thank them. I just hope I get the chance to meet them though. Hikaru. In that case, there's a party today, so I think you can meet them there. That's only if there's no issues with your condition though. Rafria. Party? Hikaru. It is a party prepared by the feudal Lord Sama to celebrate the achievement of defeating the Demon Lord. There will be an award ceremony there too. So if you don't participate, you will end up missing your reward, you know? Rafria. I see. It seems like defeating a demon lord is quite the special occasion. However, a party, I don't want to stand out, so I don't really want to participate though. I don't really feel like going, but how much are we getting? Hikaru. You will definitely be the highest contributor in the demon lord subjugation, so you should be able to get quite a lot. Rafria. Money? I don't think I will get the highest contribution though. But if I am going to get something, I should go, I guess. Hikaru. If I could get the chaotic spirit stone of the demon lord, I definitely would go, but that's probably impossible. However, if I have money, I can get chaotic spirit stones of other monsters or dark spirit stones. For someone like me who will be diving alone from now on, create undead will be practically my lifeline. In that case, it would be better to participate in the party at least. Also, there's not too much when it comes to money. It ended up with me participating in the party, but I don't have any decent clothes. However, this is a party where adventurers participate, so there's apparently no problems with regular clothes. Rafria said she is going to be properly readying herself, so in the time I was waiting, I entered a clothes store close by and bought a second-hand shirt and pants. The party venue will be the residence of the Lord. Even if normal clothing is okay, I can't bring myself to participate with dirty clothes. Well, it is just a shirt that's a bit better than my normal clothes, and black pants, but the other participants are probably going with something similar. I don't think a rowdy bunch like explorers will have clean formal clothes. Even so, to think that it would change this much. Hikaru. While I was waiting outside the Rafria, I was surprised by the change in the quality of the spirit energy drifting about in the city. There's no change in the fact that there's a lot of spirit energy because of the influence of the great spirits, but what's coming out from the dungeon has decreased to the point that it changed the color of the air. I can see the entrance of the dungeon far away from the Rafria, and the color at the dungeon's crystal is almost transparent now. It is most likely the effects of the Demon Lord subjugation. I should try asking the details from Rafria later. Sorry for the wait. I heard a voice, and when I turned around, there was a snow-white goddess there. A pure white long dress, beautifully combed long platinum blonde hair that has a part of it braided. There's a faint deep red on her lips, and she was looking at me with a slightly flushed face. Rafria? Hikaru. What's the matter? Making a face as if you had been befuddled by spirits. Rafria. Yeah, you were just too beautiful. Hikaru. I honestly said that. She was a shining beauty to begin with, but her dress Rafria ready for a party was so perfect that it wouldn't be strange to get praised endlessly. You are also cool, Hikaru. Rafria. She must have gotten embarrassed from my words. She hid her face with her hair and said that. For Rafria, my case would be the clothes make the person. No, those clothes are pretty iffy too. To the point that I feel embarrassed from it. My clothes. Are they not weird? Rafria. They suit you incredibly well. You had a dress like that? Hikaru. This. Is the uniform of a light church priestess. I brought them with me because it can also be worn for occasions like parties. Rafria. Now that she mentions it, at the time when the great fire spirit had come out from the church in order to eat me, I saw a number of priestesses or priests, and I think they were all wearing what looked like dresses. Then, let's go. Rafria. Yeah. Hikaru. Rafria linked her right arm with my left arm. Looks like the princess wants me to escort her. Chapter 112113, Reunion. Overcoming Death and Hunting Horn Boy. We walked our way to the Lord's mansion while we were having harmless talk. At that time, I asked her about the reason why the color had left the giant crystal at the entrance of the dungeon. The spirit stone. The spawning of a demon lord happens when the stagnation of the dungeon, called the demonic swirl, accumulates to a certain threshold. And when the demon lord is subjugated, that stagnated part gets cleared instantly, and it goes to the state it is now. However, the inside of the dungeon is way too clean in this state, so the spawning of monsters decreases quite a lot. That's why, for a certain period of time after the demon lord's subjugation, it is prohibited to enter the dungeon. In other words, the spawning of a demon lord and its subjugation, everything has been factored in the management of the dungeon. I feel like this is a pretty tightrope walk here, but it is probably difficult to not rely on the resources of the dungeon at this point in time. Rafria drew a lot of eyes on the way to the venue. She had liked that couldn't help but draw the eyes of others. She will most likely become the best Light Templar. She is on the complete opposite spectrum from me, who can only live by being smeared in darkness. My chance meeting with Rafria in this city, at that dungeon, was a miracle in itself, and the whim of God. The party venue, that is the Lord's Mansion, is located in the Great Water Spirit's ruling territory. It is pretty far away from the dungeon. It is also far away from the Great Spirit's church, so it doesn't seem like there will be any problems with a loved one like me participating. Since learning that Great Spirits come to eat loved ones, I have been careful about the distance to the Great Church to the point of being paranoid. What an incredible mansion! Is the Lord here a noble? Hikaru. Of course he is. The one who owns this land is Count Belm. The predecessor of the Count invited the Great Spirits to this land, and that's how the history of the dungeon city apparently began. Rafria. Invited? Hikaru. You didn't know, Hikaru? In order to make a dungeon, you need to gather at least 3 Great Spirit Simmers, you know? Rafria. I did hear that before. But I see, a human gathered Great Spirits, and purposely made a dungeon that spawned monsters. Hikaru. Whichever the case, this is a big mansion. It is not a castle, but the plot is vast, and it is like a 2-story palace with a garden. Judging from the watchtowers and the old stone walls, it must be a pretty old building. It might have been there since before it became a dungeon city. We managed to get inside freely, and it was possible to get to the venue just like that. As a Japanese person, this kind of place gives me the image that it is strict security, but it might actually be pretty unexpectedly lax. You guys, eh? Yeah, it really is them. Do you have a bit of time? Being called, I turned around, and there were men I think I have seen before. Their impression changes quite a lot with their attires being different, but it seems to be the party that was kicked about in front of the stairs to the 2nd floor. By the time we arrived then, everyone was in tatters and completely exhausted, but at least it seems like they have recovered enough to show up to the party. I have not witnessed the end results of it after all. So they have all survived, or maybe some of their group died to the Demon Lord? I can't tell. A boy in their group that is quite a bit young compared to the others was looking over here with glittery eyes. The young man that seems to be their leader continued the conversation. You saved us there. If not for your help, we would have been wiped out. Please let us give you our thanks. No. The ones who saved you directly are Alex and the others. We came slightly afterwards. Hikaru. At that time, the ones already fighting were Alex and the others. We simply came in to back them up. Of course, we are grateful to them too. They are the 3 of the Thunder Fangs who are the rising energetic party. It was impressive how they managed to last that long against a demon lord. Thunder Fangs? That's their party name. They are pretty nice guys, but with them giving themselves such a strong-sounding name, I feel like it is more because of taste here. Well, they must be at the age where they like that sort of stuff. Or maybe it comes from the Canadian taste of Alex. A Japanese person would be too embarrassed to give themselves a name like that, but he is probably the type that would just push it through. The explorer young man added about after giving his gratitude towards Alex and the others. If it had only been them, the front line would have crumbled really quickly. We were watching from the back, so we can tell. They were really strong, but it was natural that they were losing the initiative against a demon lord. If you guys hadn't come, it would have ended in just a few minutes. If that happened, we would have been killed too. It is true that Alex doesn't seem like he can fight in a team that well just yet. I do think he did well for an earthling with less than 1 year of experience as an explorer, but it must have looked like they were lacking when fighting with just 3 against a demon lord. Also, if we had lost, these guys would have been killed by the demon lord too. The demon lord was aggressive, and didn't look like the type that would let you go even if you can't move. So I say, but we are just talking of the results here. If it had only been us without Alex and his group, we would have lost as well. Anyways, just accept our gratitude. You two don't know. It is because you took command that we managed to stand our ground at that place. Command, you say? It is simply that my battle style was compatible against the demon lord. Hikaru, that's not true. I was watching the whole time while blowing the hunting horn. You gave orders and the demon lord moved exactly as you told. It was as if you were seeing the future. The boy with sparkly eyes entered the conversation passionately. The boy that was blowing the hunting horn desperately the whole time. At that time he was in constant tears, so this gives me quite the different impression. Anyways, it seems like I have been evaluated strangely here. But saying I can see the future is exaggerating it too much there. The demon lord didn't have that many move patterns. Or more like, monsters themselves don't have that many move patterns. Well, at the time I was simply in a trance there. But I am glad to hear that I managed to save someone. Hikaru, it is actually a victory. We all managed to win with our joint efforts. I simply fulfilled my own role. So I do feel like they are misunderstanding something here. Hikaru is getting embarrassed. Even though he can fight that well, his self-evaluation is low after all. Refria. No, it is not like I fought. I am simply good at buying time. Hikaru. See? He immediately goes and says stuff like that. Refria. The evaluation Refria has of me is also strangely high. But that must be the biased opinion of being in a party together. Refria is a warrior, so there's also the part of her having a good affinity with me. Hey, I have not seen you in this city before, Hikaru. But did you dive in a different dungeon somewhere? With that strength, you could be a gnome gold rank, or don't know, it wouldn't even be strange if you were an Undine mithril rank. It seems like the tiers of explorers work even in other dungeons. The hunting horn boy probably misunderstood me as a veteran explorer that came from another dungeon. If I were to tell him the truth, he would probably be disappointed, but there's no real need to hide it. I am bronze. Hikaru. Eh? You are bronze? Meaning that you are spiritus rank. Right? Yeah, I became an explorer just recently. Hikaru. No way. To think you were a spiritus. Chapter 113. The Truth of the Darkness and Guild Star for the boy. The ranking of explorers is most likely an absolute thing. Naturally, he fell silent when he heard I am bronze. My rank is most likely lower than his, so it can't be helped. That's Hikaru. Awesome. That's awesome. People say experience is king in the dungeon. So when I heard that you can fight better the higher your tier is. I thought it would still be impossible for me. But there's people like Hikaru who can already be fight ready. That's a different reaction from what I expected. Hikaru. I thought he would react with what? So you were a bronze? But the boy reacted in the opposite way. But that's troubling in itself. I can fight only because of the special abilities that I got as a chosen. There's the affection of spirits as well, but I also have points that I can use to buy powerful potions and barrier stones, so I'm counting on those when I am exploring. In other words, I am completely cheating the system here. No. I could fight to begin with. It is not like I could suddenly be battle ready. Hikaru, 2C. That's a given, right? Looks like he has swallowed my lie at least. It is not like the only means to get stronger are in the dungeon. They have seen me use spirit abilities a whole lot, so I was a bit worried that it would be exposed that I am a loved one, but it looks like that was needless worry. Well, it seems like there's no loved one that can use spirit abilities in this world. So they probably only see me as a skilled guy. Or a guy that has a whole ton of spirit energy potions. And in reality, Joe Jordan alone had used his abilities more than 20 times with just the healing abilities and the water screen alone. I think going all the way to 30 times is within the realm of possibility. The boy is most likely 2 years younger than me. I have increased my age by 2 years when I came to this world, so maybe it would be more accurate to say 4 years. Whichever the case, the dungeon is a place where you place your life on the line. You should think of pushing yourself as surely dying. I am thinking about making a contract for dark spirit abilities just like you, Hikaru. You were really cool after all. Just when I was relieved here, the boy threw a bomb at me. His comrades around also shrugged their shoulders. No, please stop him. No, I don't recommend darkness. If you are going for something, light is far stronger. Hikaru, A tilde, but if you are going to be working as an explorer from here on, you really shouldn't go for darkness. You should go for water or light. It takes quite a lot of time before darkness becomes strong. It doesn't have any attack abilities either. Hikaru, I see. That was close. I was about to unintentionally drop the boy into the literal thorny path of darkness. I have gotten pretty knowledgeable about spirit abilities now, but if I had to put it bluntly out there, darkness isn't strong for light. There's light and cure glow which are handy and easy to use. And I don't know about the third ability, but the fourth ability is the photon ray that's like a beam cannon. It is a trifecta of support, healing, and attack. The water spirit abilities also have strong healing abilities, and the water screen managed to block the fire breath of the demon lord. Compared to that, darkness has no direct defensive means or attack means or healing means. They are all support abilities. It is because I am a loved one that it looks a bit strong. If the boy gets darkness, even if it were to be raised to a certain degree, he would simply evolve into a bit of a better porter that can use shadow bag. In that sense, if I had made a contract for light spirit abilities, I could have even had the chance of being unmatched by spamming photon ray. Well, I now have an attachment towards dark spirit abilities, and it has saved me countless times already, so I won't be changing my contract though. Even after we parted ways, several other explorers spoke to us. That's just how much Rafria and I stood out in that fight. And the reality is that, even when I forfeited from the viewer count race, my viewership didn't decrease. If I remember correctly, there were close to 1.5 billion people at the end. That's how rough of a fight it was. Of course, if there had been strong explorers, I think it would have been a fight we could have won easily. The sky was going dark and the party had begun. It is a Buffy-style party. The attire of all the explorers was prettier than I thought, but there were a decent amount who were wearing things that were no different from casual clothes, so there was a lot of variety. There were a lot more female explorers who were dressed up compared to the men. As expected of the Lord's mansion, even when it is indoors, it is pretty bright. A chandelier is shining brilliantly at the ceiling. Looks like it is furnished with a light magic tool. Rafria went to where the other female explorers were to greet them, and I also went there to give my thanks to the healer girl from the Crimson Vials that helped me. And then, I immediately gave an excuse about going to the toilet to slip away, leaned on the wall by myself, and am now watching the whole place absent-minded. I am still not used to places with a lot of people. I was originally not good with them, but it has gotten worse since coming to this world. A staff member of the guild that I have seen before had a binder in hand and was going around speaking to the explorers. It is a mystery what they are asking around, but it seems to be work. Even though they are in a party, seems to be quite the rough job. The greeting of the Lord had begun, and he spoke words of appreciation for the Demon Lord's subjugation. The dungeon city apparently can't maintain its form without explorers, so that means even the Lord is treasuring the explorers. It may be called a party, but it seems to simply be an event to gather and have pleasant talks and a meal. The condition is that you have to have participated in the Demon Lord's subjugation that time, but I don't think you can tell whether someone here has participated or not. Well, they probably have already accounted for that. It is most likely something like a welfare from the Lord to the explorers. Sorry. Do you have a bit of time? While I was eating something similar to gyoza by myself, the female staff member of the guild spoke to me. I don't know what she was asking around with a binder in hand, but it seems like it is my turn now. We have investigated the contribution of this time's Demon Lord subjugation. Please let me ask a number of questions. First of all, is there no doubt that you are Hikaru's? The staff member asks me this while looking at my face intently as if half in doubt. I rarely show myself at the guild, so it looks like she doesn't remember my face in the first place. That's right. Spiritus bronze rank. Is something the matter? Hikaru. In this time's subjugation, it seems like you will be the number one achiever. An unexpected thing was told to me. Chapter 114,115. Number 1 achiever and skirt chaser. The number 1 achiever? Hikaru. It means you are the explorer that contributed the most in the subjugation. You are kidding, right? The guild should already be aware that I was participating as a porter. There are several people nominated for second place, but only one for first place. I have already asked many people, and you were the one who defeated the Demon Lord, right? No, I didn't. Hikaru. I denied straight. The one who actually defeated it was Refria. Alex and the other explorers contributed more as damage sources too. Why is it going in the route where I am the one who defeated it when all of these facts are present? I would be scared of what would happen later if I were to become the number 1 from a misunderstanding. But the one that defeated it was Refria. I saw it with my own eyes. There's no doubt about it. Hikaru. I have also confirmed myself that it is indeed Refriason who dealt the finishing blow. However, I have also heard that the subjugation would have been impossible without your contribution, you know? I wonder about that. It is true that it was because of my spirit abilities that we managed to buy time. It is also true that everyone was unsteady on their feet, not knowing how to deal with the Demon Lord. However, I don't know if to consider myself the number 1. There's several people nominated for number 2, and I think I contributed enough to be chosen in that one. Even so, I didn't want to be chosen in any of that. Anyways, you got it wrong. I am bronze, you know. Also, I was participating as a porter. Hikaru. But, have you heard what kind of monster the Demon Lord was? I couldn't even damage it with my thin arms, you know. I was far from contributing. Hikaru. I didn't lie. My attacks barely got through. I do want the reward. However, if I am going to be standing out in this way, demerits will mix in. Dark spirit users are simply rare around here, and it is not like they are targets of persecution. But I am a loved one. I am more scared about the chance of standing out and getting discovered. If it had been a reward I would be conferred to among many other people, I would have wanted it. But, I am also aware of that. But I have also been told you were the first one that found the Demon Lord, and in the subjugation, you contributed greatly with your spirit abilities. Everyone that participated in the subjugation battle have all stated the same, with Refriason as the top. Looks like this guild staff member was going around asking the details about the flow of the whole Demon Lord subjugation and who exactly was fighting. However, if the person himself denies it, the credibility should decrease. I feel bad for the people that spoke honestly about this, but I want to drop from being number one. I don't want to be the center of attention in a weird manner. That must be some kind of misunderstanding. They must have seen wrong. We were fighting at our utmost limits here after all. Hikaru, as in, do you really think a bronze porter can contribute that much? If I had really done that much, I would also want the reward, but I am scared of the repercussions if I were to get it from a mistaken evaluation. Hikaru. I laugh it off with a friendly smile. It is not like they have recorded the battle. The guild staff member should accept it with this, is what I thought, but, no. You have partied with Refriason and have sold quite a lot of spirit stones in a short period of time. It wouldn't be strange for you to have the ability to perform in the battle against the Demon Lord. In the first place, with just the fact that you are partying with that Refriason, it was clear that you weren't normal. Is Refria that famous? Hikaru. Several influential parties of gold rank and higher have invited her. However, she declared that she wouldn't be joining any others aside from the party she was already in, and she actually stayed true to that statement. And then, she suddenly partied with a newbie man, and it had become quite the rumor. But using that as an argument to my own skills is a bit of a stretch. I might just be leeching off her. Hikaru. Well, I won't deny that there's staff members that think so. So there are. But that's good for me. Now that the viewer count race is over, I have to return to the numbers from when I was cooped in. Refria is talking with the members of the Crimson Vials a good distance away. Her platinum blonde hair is being shone by the light of the chandelier, making her shine like a light spirit. An overwhelming sense of presence. She is going to stop being an explorer and become a light Templar in her homeland. And then, I will live quietly in the dungeon in a way that I don't stand out. That's what I have decided. Well, I can't refute me being a leech. Refriason. Is kind, so she is standing up for me, but I was actually just dead weight. That's why. Please evaluate this correctly. The number one is Refriason. I might have contributed a bit with my abilities, but I was mostly carrying the luggage. Give me the same evaluation as the other porters. Hikaru. I see. I have a general picture of things now. Well then. The female staff member shrugs her shoulders with a good grief. It is pretty doubtful whether she actually understood this. But they also wouldn't want to evaluate a person that doesn't seem like they would gain the acknowledgement of the other explorers. More so with the fact that the person himself is denying it. Other explorers may appeal their own achievements, but they wouldn't talk about other people. The hunting horn boy might have spoken fervently about me, but I would rather he didn't. I should have also told Refria when she said before that I could get number one. I just ignored it because I thought it was just a usual overvaluation of me, but to think it would actually turn out this way. Being suddenly told about being number one. I was concentrated on that point from beginning to end. But maybe I should have touched on how bad the Demon Lord's subjugation was. There's probably a lot I still don't understand since I have only participated once, but this time's subjugation left a lot to be desired. The second half team could have been wiped out. Even if the second half team serves as watchers, I think there should have been a better way of handling things. Well, not like it would hold much weight. You can say whatever once things are over after all. Hikaru. In the first place, I know almost nothing about Demon Lords. I don't know just how irregular of a situation this one was. So it might unexpectedly be something like this the whole time. Also, I myself am a bronze that has gotten his license just recently. I am not in a position where I can give my opinion. What I can do is to prepare myself if there's a next time. Everyone seems to be having fun. Hikaru. I am incredibly out of place here in this party venue all alone with a gloomy face. I barely have any acquaintances, and I don't really have anything to talk about. It would be more accurate to say that there's too much I can't say. Yo, Hikaru, are you having fun? Do I look like I am? Hikaru. Nyop. You look bored. One of the few people who I have things I can talk about, Alex, spoke to me just a few moments ago. He was going around with Crabble here and there and talking to the female explorers. But it looks like he has paused his skirt chasing for now. Alex has waxed his hair cleanly, and with his good physique, he is quite manly. I end up feeling dejected as an average Japanese person. Chapter 115, The Two Good Matches and Sinking into the Darkness Alone. Those are some impressive clothes. They sell something like that? Hikaru, nice, right? I got points from the Demon Lord subjugation, so I bought them. Alex was unexpectedly in a really nice suit. He even went as far as buying it with 1 point. What an incredible Westerner. His spirit of joining a party is just different. Buying equipment is nice, you know? The size is just right too. You got points too, right? Alex, I got 3 points from the Demon Lord subjugation, but that disappeared from the point loan. I got 1 point from the hero title, but I really don't feel like using that for clothes. I don't really fit the bill for a hero though. Hikaru, oh, so you really got it too. Hikaru, we probably got it from defeating the Demon Lord, but I was a bit happy since this was my first time getting a title. Alex, must be a cultural difference. No. The truth is that I was the type of person that wasn't against the idea of being called a hero. It is just that a part of me derailed somewhere. More importantly, the suit. How about getting one too, Hikaru? Alex, I will think about it. Hikaru, I dodged the question, but it would be a waste to buy something that I could get by using money. I would like to have at least one barrier stone on hand at all times, and if allowed to be greedy, even a high heel scroll. With those two, I won't be dying unless it is something really big. Hey, Hikaru, can I ask you one thing? Alex, if it is something I can answer. Hikaru, what's your relationship with Refriason? Alex, I did know he would one day ask me this, but it seems he really was interested in it. A party member. Hikaru, not going out? Alex, no way. Also, our party has already been disbanded. Hikaru, why? Even though your battle against the Demon Lord went that well. Alex, we were simply teamed up for a limited period of time after all. Hikaru, I stir the wine in my glass that I still haven't drunk yet. The party disband has already been decided. It is a party that barely any people even know about. That's why it isn't that big of a deal for it to disappear. Even though I understand that, it still stung my heart when talking about it to others, to the point that I can't even show an okay face unless I borrow the power of alcohol. Even though it was a choice I made. You okay? Alex asked me this as he leaned on the wall just like me, but I couldn't respond to him. Without even knowing what kind of face I myself am making, I gulped down the remaining wine in my glass. Oh, Refriason. Alex, Refria, who was talking a few ways away, noticed me, and came walking here. I ended up diverting my gaze. Right now, for some reason, I don't think I can talk properly with Refria. No, with anyone at all. Refriason is beautiful today as well. Alex, yeah. Hikaru, hey, Hikaru, please introduce me to Refriason. Alex, the handsome man by my side says that. He says introduce, but they fought the Demon Lord together, so they should be acquainted already. Maybe he is trying to be considerate with me in his own way. Okay. Hikaru, introducing, you know. You get what I mean, right? Alex. He repeated it. In other words, he wants to make advances on her. I honestly don't want that, but I don't think I have a justifiable reason to refuse it. While we were at that, Refria called me Hikaru. You are drinking. Even though I was holding myself back there. Refria laughed cheerfully, and that sight looked so dazzling like a goddess, and it was too bright for me. Compared to that, I can't even enjoy the party and can't even have fun talks with other explorers, and was simply passing time without doing anything. At the dungeon, It was because of that darkness inside the dungeon that I could be together with Refria. Me being together with her was truly just a coincidence. It is such a strong radiance that it made me recognize that it normally would have been impossible for me to mingle with a person like her. I don't remember what we talked about after that. I introduced Alex, who is the same chosen from Earth as me, and I left that place. Alex is also shining. He is tall, and his smile that shows his white teeth was charming. And that picture of his standing by the side of Refria felt like the two looked good for each other. Sparkling party venue, shining participants. There's no place for me there. Pan Parker Pan. All chosen. Good work. Thank you very much for your participation in the first viewer count race lasting 2 weeks. It is the awaited announcement of the results. A thoughtless and cheerful voice suddenly rings inside my head. Looks like the viewer count race has ended. After that, the voice was reading the names of the winners that were not me. My name is not there. I forfeited on the 12th day. So it is obvious. With this, it really is the end. Hikaru, I couldn't revive Nanami. There's no need for me to push myself to stand out. I will be compromising here and living in this world while still being hated by the viewers. Alex seemed to be arguing vehemently about something and Refria was smiling elegantly. I of course couldn't hear it and I couldn't even look at it, so I left that place silently. I exited to the outside from the terrace, and walked through the garden. I sat at a bench that's far enough where I can't hear the noise of the party. There's no street lights, so the garden is veiled in darkness. The light of the moon, the blinking of the stars, none of those had the strength to shine onto my figure. This darkness where no one will see me is comfortable for me. The dance must have started. Slightly cheerful music was being played, and the clear air of the night reached me all the way from the far venue. Just like seeing the brightness of the earth from far in space, it felt as if those events were happening in a far world. The laughing of the people, the lively music, a world of light that has nothing to do with me. Even without wanting to, I still ended up associating this with the distance between me and Refria from now on. Light and darkness can't go together. That obvious thing, that separation, I have once again felt it here. From tomorrow on, I will be diving into the dungeon alone, and I will be living a lifestyle that will lower my inflated viewership. If it is a lifestyle of hunting in the second floor, I won't be dying or standing out. I could leave the inn and rent an apartment somewhere. I did feel like reducing my unnecessary expenses, and I should be able to rent an apartment now. If it is a normal lifestyle like that, I won't be attracting the eyes of the viewers. Now that I have failed in reviving Nanami, I can't bring any other choice in my life aside from living quietly. With my back onto the bench, I absent-mindedly watched the stars that twinkled differently from the ones on Earth. I couldn't help but remember the 2 weeks I spent together with Refria. I want to continue being together with you. If only I could say that. It would be a lie if I said that that thought didn't surface in my mind. But I can't do that. If I said that, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. She can make her dream come true. She can become a Templar. I grew sentimental for a bit as I looked up at the starry sky for a while. Suddenly, a small light ball suddenly was shot into the sky, and the garden was illuminated. Found you. Chapter 116. Farewell waltz. And only for this moment. Suddenly, a small light ball suddenly was shot into the sky, and the garden was illuminated. Found you. A voice my ear is used to hearing came from far in the party venue, and the owner of that voice was walking rapidly here. Hikaru, why did you leave? I was searching for you, you know? Refria. Hikaru. That was unexpected. I even thought that we wouldn't be seeing each other today. Hikaru, were you crying? Refria closes her face on me. I moved my face away because I didn't want to be looked at. Haha, no way. I was simply getting some night wind. Hikaru, but you are making a terrible face. Refria, might be because I drank a bit too much. Hikaru, I couldn't even see the face of Rafria and just gave a half-hearted answer. Hikaru. That's no good. Even I have been holding it back, you know. Rafria. What? Hikaru. Even though I had already decided to smile till the end. To separate with a smile. Rafria. Rafria hung her head down and her shoulders shook. I didn't even think for 1 second that she was thinking like that, so I didn't know what to do here. In the garden where the curtains of the night had fallen, only the sobbing of Rafria silently rang. Hikaru, I will be leaving tomorrow. Rafria. Those words squeezed my heart. Even though I already knew that's what would happen, even though that's what I wished for. I decided at the time when you were unconscious, if your decision didn't change even when you woke up. I would be leaving before my own resolve wavered. If I didn't T. I won't be able to leave you anymore after all. Rafria. I see. Hikaru. Rafria hasn't spoken about this since the time I woke up today, so I didn't do it either. Our relationship had ended at the stairs to the 4th floor when we were waiting for the Demon Lord. I rejected her and she cried. And at the moment she used photon ray, it was cemented. Rafria placed her forehead onto my chest while I was stock still. I felt the uncomfortable feeling of the several millions of viewers watching me even in a moment like this. And I hated myself for being bothered by that, even though I want to face her properly at least at our last moments. The race where you were competing against others for the number of viewers that you told me about before, what happened with that? Rafria. An hesitant question while still looking down. I couldn't do it. I was doing well, but there's always a better one out there. Hikaru. I see. Then, the matter of reviving your childhood friend. Rafria. Yeah. It is a shame. Hikaru. I thought that putting each word out there didn't bring about anything good, but that wasn't the case. It was good, but I think it is good that you can now use photon ray. Rafria. I can feel as if I have repaid my debt with you a bit for accompanying me in my exploration. Hikaru. I didn't want to learn photon ray. Rafria. Hikaru. I didn't want to leave you, Hikaru. Rafria. Rafria says this as if she was spitting out what was accumulated inside of her. And she grabs my wrist while still looking down. All this time. I thought that I would be fine with living as an explorer forever if possible, and there's no need to go back to my home anymore. I am horrible, aren't I? I'm only thinking about myself. And even now, even though my little sister is suffering from a disease, I am finding the person I love. And am getting all riled up about myself. Rafria. I don't know how big her dream of becoming a Templar is. However, her feelings of wanting to stay with me even if she had to kick that away are most likely not a lie. Even me, if I weren't an Otherworlder but a native of this world. No. If I had just been an individual that had been coincidentally thrown into this world, I would have most likely chosen to be together with Rafria. But it simply isn't the case. Rafria. I am a terrible man for saying this. But I loved you. I don't know how many times you have saved me, having come to this world I knew nothing about. You saved not only my life, but also my heart. That's why. Thank you. Hikaru. The words I planned on not saying. I told them to her. I couldn't not tell her. That was my last sign of sincerity towards her. Fufu. I know. I already know just how much you treasure me. I have been thinking the whole time since then. After all, if you wanted to, you could have done as you pleased with me, and yet. You really are an idiot. Really. So kind, so stupidly honest, so diligent, and so sweet. Rafria. The music coming from the party venue changed into a slow melody. The sky filled with stars in this cloudless night were twinkling vibrantly, and the full moon was shining brightly in the eastern sky. Hikaru. How about a dance? Rafria. Sorry. I said this before, but even when we are like this, the people of the whole world are watching, so Hikaru. Just when I was about to finish saying that, both of my hands were grabbed, and Rafria pulled me onto her body. Something soft was pushed against me and it flustered me, in a position that was practically as if we were hugging each other, at a distance where we could even hear the heartbeats of each other. I am telling you I don't mind. Also, if it is just a dance, there should be no problem, right? Rafria, the closer I can feel our distance like this, the more painful it feels thinking about the distance that we will be having from now on. Is it the same for Rafria? No, it is exactly because that's the case that she said she would be leaving tomorrow. This will be the last moment I will be spending with her. Here, 123. 123. Fufu, you are good. Rafria, the older sister taught me after all. Hikaru, the older sister Celica was an incredibly social person. She said you got to at least be able to dance. And she used me as a practice partner for a while. Thanks to that, I managed to learn it as well, even if it is just the simple steps. Hey, Hikaru, at the time when Alexan spoke to me, why did you run away? Rafria, don't ask me that. Hikaru, but isn't he your friend? Rafria, I wonder about that. Hikaru, Alex is an earthling like me, and I do think he is a good guy. But it is not like we are close enough that I would be able to state firmly that we are friends. You thought I would be seduced, right? That's why you couldn't watch. Rafria giggled with Akuzakasu and stuck her body to mine. It brings back a memory of the past. Maybe she is drunk. That's right. Alex is a whole lot manlier than me after all. I have been thinking the whole time that a beauty like you doesn't match someone like me. Hikaru, Fufu, it is good that you are honest. But I only love you, Hikaru. You are the only one I want to stay with forever and ever. Rafria, as if laughing, as if singing, as if crying, Rafria placed her feelings towards me in those steps of hers. And I couldn't say anything back. What Alexan spoke about was about you, Hikaru. He said that you were trying to act all tough by yourself and didn't seem to have any friends. So he was worried. He said you are a stiff guy, but told me to please stay with you and to help you. He asked this of me. Rafria, that guy said something like that? Hikaru, yeah, that's why I asked him instead to take care of you when I am gone. Rafria, I see. Hikaru, I would say I have been avoiding him, but he is most likely a good guy at his core. Compared to that, I am a terrible guy. I have to apologize to him. Slow tempo music continued for a few more times, and Rafria and I slowly ever so slowly took our steps as if confirming our last moments with each other. And then, the music stopped, and we stopped our feet. Rafria didn't separate her body from mine, and she silently raised her head with her body still onto mine. Her beautiful looks were laid bare with the light of the moon, shining eyes with conviction residing in them, flushed cheeks. She seemed to want to say something and opened her lips slightly. Hikaru. Rafria. You mustn't. Everyone is watching. You may not really feel them, but they really. Hikaru. It is okay. Rafria. Rafria simply gave that short response and closed her eyes. There was no backing to those words, but for some reason, the me at the time was pushed by this. Her face approached mine to the point where our breaths reached. I couldn't fight against it. A kiss that only touched for just a few seconds. Her face separates, and with a bright red face, she said bashfully, "See? No one is watching, only the moon." Rafria. Saying this, she kissed me one more time. Sweetness spread from our touched lips, and we desired each other for a while, even when knowing that these would be our last memories together. Chapter 117. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 4006. Anonymous from Earth. I want to have a love story like this 7. Anonymous from Earth. I want to have a love story like this 10. Anonymous from Earth. I am. We are the moon. 14. Anonymous from Earth. When Hikaru slipped out from the party by himself, Celica and Karen were talking like machine guns. But it really got me when they spoke less and less the moment Referee-sama appeared. 18. Anonymous from Earth. The moment they kissed and Celica leaked out an "ah." Really was so cute. 21. Anonymous from Earth. Since the point when the two began to dance, the pressure of Celica and Karen disappeared. 27. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is plain embarrassing to be watching the romance of a relative. 36. Anonymous from Earth. Those two seriously love their Unichan after all. 50. Anonymous from Earth. There's no real younger sister like that. Got it? 54. Anonymous from Earth. Why do the two have to go their separate ways? 59. Anonymous from Earth. Apologies. It is because of the moon. 61. Anonymous from Earth. My chest is so full I can't say anything. 63. Anonymous from Earth. It ended with just a kiss after all. 71. Anonymous from Earth. You simply wanted to see the continuation of that. 74. Anonymous from Earth. We are all badgers of the same hole. We are all bad moons. 80. Anonymous from Earth. Referee-sama lying so nonchalantly was so cute. I love it. 87. Anonymous from Earth. What lie? 89. Anonymous from Earth. She told Alex, leave Hikaru to me. On top of that, she was scheming something like if I can't get him by pushing, I will pull. 95. Anonymous from Earth. Referee seriously does seem like she would just go do the exam and then come back, even though Hikaru is completely on the idea of them completely separating here. 99. Anonymous from Earth. 89. I.e., really? I was completely fooled. Women are scary. 101. Anonymous from Earth. The difference in temperatures here is incredible too. Referee-sama is quite impressive for being able to fool him while completely on the know. 104. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't know the charging power of a maiden in love. More so when Referee-sama is a stalker of light. He should know that she is in no way that meek. 108. Anonymous from Earth. This is most likely seriously a scenario where Referee is going to be coming back soon after. I have a strange confidence that that's exactly what will be turning out to be. 113. Anonymous from Earth. When you are seriously in love, even a few days away is sad. You guys probably don't have experience in that though. 117. Anonymous from Earth. Referee-sama's brain is pretty much filled with love after all. 118. Anonymous from Earth. The two are still children, and yet, the two of them have experienced something like this. The two are resolved to face forward and live on. You are tilde, tears. 122. Anonymous from Earth. Calm down. 125. Anonymous from Earth. No, being love-brained might actually be the natural state of a human. We have matured way too much in the bad meaning of the word. If we even stop having delusions towards the opposite gender, it would be the end of us. Of course we would end up with low birth rates. 131. Anonymous from Earth. Eh? What about the promise? 134. Anonymous from Earth. Referee. I plan to return immediately, but it is not like I won't feel sad about it. 139. Anonymous from Earth. If it didn't look like he could get first place in the viewer count race, he was probably planning on unsheathing his Excalibur. In the end, it looked like he was going to get first place and adding the forfeit. It ended without him unleashing his noble phantasm. 143. Anonymous from Earth. Unsheath the Excalibur. I wanted to see that noble phantasm. 149. Anonymous from Earth. Stop using the Excalibur as a metaphor. Lol. 160. Anonymous from Earth. The promise is probably still alive for Referee. She will definitely return to fulfill that promise. Please come back. Plead. 167. Anonymous from Earth. There's a difference in the weight of promises depending on the location after all. I wonder how heavy Rafria is taking it. Hikaru is definitely thinking lightly of it though. 178. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru seriously should read the messages already, even though there's quite a lot of supporting messages. 180. Anonymous from Earth. Why did Hikaru accept introducing Alex to Rafria so easily? If he doesn't want her to be seen, Alex is obviously also no good. 189. Anonymous from Earth. Because he is still misunderstanding that he is being hated after all. 191. Anonymous from Earth. 180. I beg of you, please watch the stream of Twin Sis at the same time too. Celica explains most of everything. Don't know if she is right though. 196. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, this is so Anichan-like. Karen, what do you mean by that? Celica, for example, if Alexan were a reprehensible guy, even Anichan would have said no. I think he actually didn't want to do it. However, Alexan is a good guy, right? Karen, well, I guess. Celica, being asked by a person like that, I think he thought that he had no right to refuse him. That's just a matter of feelings, but there's a side of Anichan that is uptight in the bad meaning of the word. Karen, I see. Anichan has already rejected Rafriasen after all, and so, he can't go saying something similar to he is my woman, so no. Celica, that's basically it. Not wanting to watch. These being my own feelings, he is the type that would be strangely obstinate in that way. I would say that's just like Anichan though. I should have given him a lecture about the heart of a woman a bit more. Karen, even though you were purposely not teaching him about that because you didn't want him being popular with other women. Celica, I like Anichan the way he is. There you have it. Celica seems to be his human relations teacher or something. 202. Anonymous from Earth. How about having another chosen be our messenger? 213. Anonymous from Earth. When Alex tried to tell him, he rejected it by saying he didn't want to hear about it. I think it is going to be pretty difficult. The person himself seems to have received quite the mental damage after all. 217. Anonymous from Earth. You geese really are hopeless. 220. Anonymous from Earth. 196. Thanks a lot, but Hikaru really isn't manly at all. The foreign guys are the main thread are bashing him quite a lot. 228. Anonymous from Earth. I didn't think Hikaru was the culprit since the very beginning. 235. Anonymous from Earth. Anyone can say anything now. At that time, even this place was pretty bad, you know. 245. Anonymous from Earth. What about Ikakin? 258. Anonymous from Earth. He clearly refused. He said it is not his role to tell him that. 269. Anonymous from Earth. Then who is going to? 287. Anonymous from Earth. Doesn't it mean that he should notice himself? Not opening the messages is in a sense a weakness of Hikaru himself. 299. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it too harsh to say that? Hikaru doesn't even know if his family is okay, you know? Opening something that might be decisive requires quite the courage. 320. Anonymous from Earth. If a troll message like your whole family committed suicide was written there, he wouldn't even have the means to confirm if that's true. God has made quite the sinful system. 338. Anonymous from Earth. There's various opinions about whether it is actually God or not after all. 346. Anonymous from Earth. We've got Genie-chan. Let's ask Genie-chan. 362. Anonymous from Earth. I am not a messenger girl. Comma is what she will say as she snaps. 375. Anonymous from Earth. She snaps, but she might tell him. 388. Anonymous from Earth. That's the part we won't know for sure. Wanna try sending her a message? Someone with strong emotions, please do. 400. Anonymous from Earth. Celica hasn't sent that to Jean either. She has only sent, please properly see the truth with your own eyes. There's no knowing if Jean even remembers that. 411. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't she heading to Melchia where Hikaru is exactly because she remembers? 417. Anonymous from Earth. No. Isn't it because there's a dungeon? 429. Anonymous from Earth. No. She was heading to Melchia before that, right? 440. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, in the end, it concluded with Jean being the rightful first. Even though Hikaru would have been saved a bit if he had managed to revive Nanamikan at least. 454. Anonymous from Earth. But he put Rafrie-sama who he met just a few weeks on a scale, and chose to save Rafrie-sama. 462. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that the weakness of falling in love? 477. Anonymous from Earth. There's obviously that, but he even went as far as fighting a demon lord to revive Nanamikan. Hikaru was pretty seriously trying to get first place. 490. Anonymous from Earth. Everyone would do that when Rafria got wounded. Reviving Nanamikan is technically more of a gamble after all. 501. Anonymous from Earth. It is his childhood friend, you know. Moreover, with the chance that she could prove his innocence. 513. Anonymous from Earth. Whichever the case, it is love. I would have wanted to be loved by a man like this. 520. Anonymous from Earth. As I have said, don't suddenly go throwing the scent of a heavy past, lol. 534. Anonymous from Earth. The moment Hikaru began dancing skillfully, my chest grew crazy hot. 540. Anonymous from Earth. The fruits of Celica's teachings. 545. Anonymous from Earth. No, Hikaru is actually cool. 558. Anonymous from Earth. According to Alex, this time's Demon Lord was apparently quite the strong one compared to the ones that have shown in that dungeon. He said that it was a mistake to assign too many strong parties in the first half team. 570. Anonymous from Earth. Jordan explained to Alex, but they apparently divided their forces equally in the long past. But when they did that, it would always ended up with more than several people dying because of it, and it would also end up with pretty close battles because of the strength of the Demon Lord. So the guild would divide them into strong side and weak side like this time around, and have changed into a style where the strong side is the one hitting. Moreover, it seems like that has worked for a pretty long time, and the failures have decreased to 1 every 10 times. In other words, the guild has already factored in irregular situations like the one this time around. 587. Anonymous from Earth. So what they thought worked had turned around on them. Hikaru seriously saved their ass there. 599. Anonymous from Earth. Normal silver rank parties can barely even put a hand on it, so Hikaru really does have the skills of a gold or a mithril rank. 611. Anonymous from Earth. There's the demerit of being predated by great spirits though. 618. Anonymous from Earth. Now that we are talking about that, what happened with the reward? 629. Anonymous from Earth. I was watching the broadcast of Alex at the same time, and they announced it at the venue. Hikaru was the number 1, Rafrie-sama and the party of Alex were number 2. Hikaru himself was denying his contribution, but well, it was an achievement that sticks out too much after all. 642. Anonymous from Earth. They probably get the opinions of the people on site and make a decision. That's unexpected. 651. Anonymous from Earth. Joe Jordan said that the guild staff has a magic tool that can see through lies. 657. Anonymous from Earth. Even when knowing this, Alex was singing BS epics of him and Crabble. He really got some balls. What a dork. 663. Anonymous from Earth. There's a tool like that? Scary. 666. Anonymous from Earth. So the lie of Hikaru was completely exposed, huh? Or more like, why did he have to go as far as to lie like that to not get number one? There's no doubt his actual skills are up there. 671. Anonymous from Earth. Joe Jordan was completely singing high praise about Hikaru. He must have felt something as a spirit user himself. 675. Anonymous from Earth. That's nice. Hikaru x Joe Jordan. 679. Anonymous from Earth. Stop with the Joe Jordan. His name is Jordan. 682. Anonymous from Earth. 666. Being evaluated has become a trauma for Unichan. Celica muttered this and I didn't let it escape. I don't know why being evaluated has become a trauma for him though. 684. Anonymous from Earth. I thought people participating as porters didn't get a reward. It was unexpected that Hikaru would get first. Hikaru must have thought the same. 690. Anonymous from Earth. What was the reward? 701. Anonymous from Earth. 10 gold. Rich overnight. 712. Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? 10? That's like 10 million yen, right? 718. Anonymous from Earth. 666. You can get it just by thinking about it normally. He has two genius little sisters, you know. No matter how much you try, you will be compared to your little sisters like moon and the dirt. Being told you tried so hard and this is what you get? Coupled with a sigh is seriously rough. 719. Anonymous from Earth. You have done it, Hikaru-jin. You can buy a house. 727. Anonymous from Earth. Let's employ a maid. This has gotten fun. 731. Anonymous from Earth. 718. My little brother is also exemplary, so I understand it a bit. More so when the parents in the household of Hikaru are poison. Oops, someone is knocking on the door. 740. Anonymous from Earth. If Hikaru suddenly employs a pretty maid, I will laugh. His little sisters would foam on their mouths and collapse. 754. Anonymous from Earth. You can't buy a house with 10 gold. You can rent an apartment at least though. Even Alex is sharing one after all. 768. Anonymous from Earth. Joe Jordan doing nothing but eating at the party was cute. 776. Anonymous from Earth. Dumplings over flowers. But it is those kinds of guys that score a goal before anyone else. I know about that. 783. Anonymous from Earth. I watched the vid, but Alex is seriously a good guy. I thought for sure he would use this chance to invite Rafrie-sama into his own party. 799. Anonymous from Earth. I see Alex in a new light too. 812. Anonymous from Earth. Well, anyone who sees it would be worried about Hikaru. Even though he is in an isekai, he doesn't seem to be having fun at all. 823. Anonymous from Earth. No, there's a part of him that's enjoying it a bit, I think. 837. Anonymous from Earth. There's no boy who doesn't have his heart dance at an adventure in a dungeon. 845. Anonymous from Earth. I would be blowing the hunting horn while crying. 856. Anonymous from Earth. Turning into a stone when you die in the dungeon is plain scary. 870. Anonymous from Earth. The second floor is dark and the hurdle is high. It is tough with just the light of a lantern. 871. Anonymous from Earth. Rafrie-sama in the party was beautiful. 877. Anonymous from Earth. The sewing technique is so high it is scary. What's the material of a dress? 890. Anonymous from Earth. It is silk-like though. Maybe there's silkworms there? 900. Anonymous from Earth. It is most likely a mix of cotton. I don't know what they are mixing with the cotton though. There's no chemical fibers, so it really might be a material like silk. 904. Anonymous from Earth. There was a chosen in the textile area, right? If it is that person, they should know. 912. Anonymous from Earth. Even if you get one lump of wool, it is not the same wool as the one from Earth, so it is pointless to even think about it. 924. Anonymous from Earth. In order to solve this mystery, there's no choice but to jump to the actual site. 929. Anonymous from Earth. There's materials that you can get from monsters after all. 932. Anonymous from Earth. Don't monsters turn to a spirit stone when they die? 947. Anonymous from Earth. Only the ones inside the dungeon. The ones outside leave a corpse. 951. Anonymous from Earth. What happened with the spirit stone of the demon lord? Does Rafrie-sama have it as the one that defeated it? 960. Anonymous from Earth. The feudal lord is most likely getting it. The demon lord's subjugation is being paid that much in value as a reward. 967. Anonymous from Earth. The big chaotic stone that comes from the demon lord is apparently pretty valuable after all. If Hikaru had gotten it, he could have summoned it as an undead. I so would have wanted to see that. 975. Anonymous from Earth. Zombie Marchosias would be way too much of a trump card. 988. Anonymous from Earth. That's what shows up in a boss gauntlet before the battle against the last boss. 990. Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, he is parting ways with Rafrie-sama tomorrow. Ha! Seriously? What will Hikaru be doing now? 999. Anonymous from Earth. Genie-chan is going to arrive soon, so I think it is going to turn into trouble, you know. I am looking forward to it, but at the same time, I am scared. Chapter 118. Farewell gift in life continues on Split Paths. The next day, I had gone to the east exit to see off Rafria. The city she is from is apparently at a distance that would take 5 days on foot. It is the holy grounds where the Light Great Church is in, so the main road is maintained, and there's apparently a number of in-towns on the way, so there's no need to camp outdoors. When I asked if she won't be using a carriage, she said that they are expensive, so she wants to save it. Well, Rafria has raised her tier in the dungeon, so it probably won't even be a problem for her to move for a bit. Then this will be farewell, Hikaru. Rafria with her usual explorer equipment was beautiful as always. She can definitely become a Templar. There's no need for her to continue a job like an explorer that is always by the side of death. Rafria, I have not prepared anything at a time like this. I only have something like this. Please accept it. Hikaru. A flower? Rafria. Yeah, it is an unwilting flower, so you can apparently use it as a decoration forever. Hikaru. Fufu, you giving a flower? It really doesn't suit you. Rafria. Don't say that. Hikaru. It is the shining flower that I had gotten in the forest and had left inside my shadow bag. It is a flower that shines softly even at night, so it could serve as illumination. That lovely shining sight resembles Rafria in a way. Her holding a flower really looks so picturesque. It suits her. It is really cute. But isn't an unwilting flower something incredibly valuable? Rafria. Who knows? It is something I picked from the forest. Hikaru. This flower is apparently a super rare material, and thanks to me picking it, I got 3 points. I managed to get out of the forest as a result. In that sense, this flower saved my life. Now that my lifestyle has stabilized, I was thinking that it would be fine to just keep it on my person the whole time, but it wouldn't be bad to give it to Rafria as a parting gift. If I were to have it, it would just serve as fertilizer for my bag. Sorry that it wasn't that big of a thing. Also, it apparently is used to make a medicine for a disease of some sort. I don't think it has anything to do with the disease of your little sister though. Hikaru. What disease does it work on? Rafria. What was it? Hikaru. It was pretty far back when I made an item appraisal on it. I opened the status board and pulled out the appraisal history. Mallow moon silver flower. a two-flowered plant that only appears in full moon nights deep in a forest. It shines on its own in the darkness, but because it appears in localized purified areas of spirit energy, finding one is incredibly difficult. It doesn't wilt even when taken out from the ground, and it is bought at a high price by superstitious people as the symbol of immortality. It is the effect of stabilizing disarrayed spirit energy, and you can concoct medicine for spirit-bone connection paralysis with the roots, a super rare material. It apparently works for spirit-bone connection paralysis. I don't know much about the diseases of this world, but is it a common disease? Hikaru, spirit-bone connection paralysis? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. The disease of my little sister is called chaotic magic disease, which is a disease that's seen occasionally. It isn't something that kills, but there's apparently no way to cure it other than to do medical treatments steadily. Refria. I see. Hikaru. Even I don't think that there's such a convenient story like the flower I picked coincidentally works for her medical treatment. That's why this was simply confirmation. Well, if you have the connection, you can also sell it. I don't know how much it goes for in the market, but it is apparently a flower you can sell for pretty high. Hikaru. There's no way I would sell something you have given me, Hikaru. Refria. No. Well, there's no real need to treasure it that much. Hikaru. Her memories with me will probably just be a hindrance in the life she will be leading from now on. With us being apart, I am sure her feelings will also thin out. In order for that flower to not become a lock for those feelings, she should just sell it as soon as possible and use it for the treatment expenses of her little sister. In that sense, maybe I should have given her food or degradable stuff. Well, too late for that. Also, this. It is medicine. But this one might work. I swear it is nothing weird, so please have your little sister drink it. Hikaru. I give Refria a bottle with something inside. This one is medicine. Ha. Fufu. It is something that you gave me, so it really might just work. Refria. Well, I don't know if it will just serve to ease worries though. Hikaru. No. I am thankful. For your sentiment. Refria. It is nothing big, but it is something from my homeland. From my world, so please keep it a secret where you got it just in case. Hikaru. I am not sure whether this medicine will actually work or not. There's no 100% until actually seeing it yourself. I don't want to give her strange hopes. However, the high heel scroll worked on Refria, and the potion showed no issues either. Then, this so-called panacea. Should show some hope. This panacea, that's said to cure any diseases, is on the same level as the high heel scroll, costing 3 points. This morning, God gave us 1 point with a stupidly written reason like, on top of that, I had 30 crystals accumulated, so I exchanged them and managed to barely buy it. With this, my points and even my crystals at hand are 0, but I have no regrets. My only worry is whether they will investigate the origins of the medicine, but I am sure Refria will keep it a secret. Then, I will be going now. Refria. Yeah. May you be in good health. Hikaru. Hikaru too. Once I pass the exam, I will come see you. Definitely don't die, okay? Refria. I won't die. I won't. Hikaru. Hikaru. Refria. Refria hesitantly took my hand and was unwilling to part. I don't know when the exam is over will happen, but she will most likely already be walking the path of a Templar by then. Tears were close to falling from Refria's watery eyes, but as if shaking them away, she looked straight to the front. Then. I will be going. Refria. Have a safe journey. Hikaru. The back figure of hers slowly growing further away. She would stop in place every now and then, would hesitate about something, and then resume walking. I burned that sight of hers into my mind. I don't know if she will be coming to see me again. I don't even know if I will be staying in this city the whole time. Whichever the case, it is not like something has ended and something has begun here. I will be living in this world, No matter if I am exposed to those spiteful gazes. The me here right now is my reality. I stood there until I couldn't see Rafria anymore. I probably won't be having a woman burning so much in love for me in my whole life anymore. At that moment, I am glad I saved Rafria when she was being attacked by the mantis. Even if my remaining life is a losing match, saving her has created some worth in me coming to this world. I also managed to taste love. Evening covered the surroundings in red, and I turned around. The entrance prohibition to the dungeon is still going on for a while. I have some savings, so it might be a good idea to leave the inn and rent an apartment somewhere. Life still continues on after all. Chapter 119, Different World Bulletin Board. Country, JPN, C, 19678. 6. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, which ones of the initial special powers were a hit? 14. Anonymous from Earth. The ones with high point costs were in principle the most useful, but that's depending on how you use them. Even if you got charm, it is not like you can use them like the twins of Meleistes. 16. Anonymous from Earth. I would say the ones that are a hit are night vision and presence detection. A world that lacks illumination really is stressful. 22. Anonymous from Earth. Night vision and presence detection synergize too. Taking both does require quite a bit of points though. 29. Anonymous from Earth. There's also the choice of taking dark spirit ability and presence detection. 40. Anonymous from Earth. Dark spirit abilities are a landmine though. 52. Anonymous from Earth. There's no other choice but to take affection of spirits as well and stack landmine with landmine just like a certain Hikaru. 59. Anonymous from Earth. If Hikaru had at least taken the other powers, he could have been peerless. 66. Anonymous from Earth. No, darkness is pretty strong too. It is hard to say whether affection of spirits is a landmine. Great spirits alone are super bad news. But if you have barrier stones, you can escape the worst scenario. 71. Anonymous from Earth. No, great spirits can see inside the barrier, so it is pointless against the ones like water and earth which wait patiently. You would get eaten when time runs out. 74. Anonymous from Earth. No choice but to run away with random transfer. 77. Anonymous from Earth. It seems like it is not a 100% certain that all great spirits seek loved ones, no questions asked though. Great spirits are like a manifestation of nature, or like, basically gods, so there's a lot of mysteries around them. 80. Anonymous from Earth. Can you fight and kill them? Greater than great spirits. 88. Anonymous from Earth. It seems like there's cases where they fight demon lords and lose, so they obviously can die. I don't think a human can manage that though. 92. Anonymous from Earth. Great spirits are the allies of humans, so there's no one who actually is antagonistic towards them though. 97. Anonymous from Earth. Courage and super concentration are amazing, but the people that knew them before they got those powers said they have become someone else, so it gives the scent of brainwashing. 105. Anonymous from Earth. What special powers were there? Someone post the list. 108. Anonymous from Earth. Courage seems to be working for now though. 111. Anonymous from Earth. The list of special powers you could get in the beginning. Courage 20p. Super concentration 30p. Detect presence 15p. Night vision 15p. Intuition 20p. Breathless activity 10p. Wide vision 10p. Communication 30p. Affection of spirits 30p. Charm 50p. By the way, you can't choose the special powers after the transfer. 120. Anonymous from Earth. Breathless activity and wide vision give that professional scent. 128. Anonymous from Earth. It is plain popular with the chosen that have diving hobbies greater than breathless activity and wide vision. 136. Anonymous from Earth. Jose Hunterson is nice. He is the only one doing the I am conquering the ice sky. 140. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, what's with intuition and all the other stuff? 149. Anonymous from Earth. A number of people who took it have survived, so it must be effective. However, there's no knowing what would have happened if they had taken a different choice, so it is really hard to say. 155. Anonymous from Earth. Communication seems to be plain but good, though there's so few people who took it. We don't really know. 167. Anonymous from Earth. It seems like you can communicate with monsters after all. 170. Anonymous from Earth. If it were to say I am hungry, let me eat you, it would only be troubling though. 173. Anonymous from Earth. I want super concentration in real life. It is a power that doesn't seem to be of much use in an isekai. 177. Anonymous from Earth. There's only a few chosen who have taken super concentration, and most of those few have died. 189. Anonymous from Earth. It is the fault of the random transfer. Most of the chosen that got points for that died. 199. Anonymous from Earth. The ones that survived have become peerless though. 206. Anonymous from Earth. Well, they have already charged into a whole other realm after all. 227. Anonymous from Earth. Quick announcement. The culprit for the killing of Nanamikan's family has been apprehended. 230. Anonymous from Earth. Huh? 234. Anonymous from Earth. Geez, don't go joking around. I won't fall for that lie. It is true. 236. Anonymous from Earth. Really? 237. Anonymous from Earth. Really? 250. Anonymous from Earth. They are suddenly going to be doing an interview. Ha. 253. Anonymous from Earth. Apprehended. Culprit secured. Hikaru was innocent. Yay. 298. Anonymous from Earth. Boy. So no full name was disclosed to the public. Ha. That means he really was a student from the same year. 312. Anonymous from Earth. I am going to throw a hell ton of messages to Hikaru. 335. Anonymous from Earth. But why did it take this much time to apprehend him? Is it an incident that takes more than a month to solve? 353. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't apprehending an underage person something that is to be done with care? They can't just disappear into smoke anyways. It is still in the phase of a suspect, so they can't even make an official announcement. 387. Anonymous from Earth. Just thinking about the fact that if Celica and Karen hadn't done anything, Hikaru would still be treated as a killer. I am happy about the culprit having been apprehended, but I have complicated feelings about this. 453. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the explanation of the interview a bit strange? He was apprehended when he was standing in front of the police station with the bloody killer weapon in hand? What kind of situation is that? 475. Anonymous from Earth. They are saying the fingerprints also match, so it is settled. 511. Anonymous from Earth. Is it someone that was in the list of students that didn't come to school? 532. Anonymous from Earth. No idea. The underage person was simply announced as boy. Wait until there's a leak somewhere. 576. Anonymous from Earth. By boy, it means it is a man. 590. Anonymous from Earth. Even if it is a girl, it is announced as boy. 600. Anonymous from Earth. I will message Alex or Jean-Ichan, especially Jean-Ichan since it seems like she is still misunderstanding. Is what I was thinking, but it didn't work. I haven't been able to send messages at all lately, so someone else with strong emotions, counting on ya. 621. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of that, Jean-Ichan is pretty close to the place of Hikaru now, so she is going to make contact with Hikaru soon. Ha. I am looking forward to it and, at the same time, I am scared. 632. Anonymous from Earth. Talk about that in the thread of Hikaru. 643. Anonymous from Earth. I am mostly active on the board of Hikaru, and almost everyone there already believes that Hikaru is not the culprit. That's why, even if the true culprit has been apprehended, it is same old business. 674. Anonymous from Earth. They said the culprit is completely withered and they are waiting for them to recover before asking the circumstances. Seriously, what's going on here? 686. Anonymous from Earth. Well, who cares? It sucks that they will be getting out soon because they are underaged. 690. Anonymous from Earth. There's no way they will be forgiven for not being given the death penalty after killing 3 people. 700. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru said he was killed too. Make that 4. 712. Anonymous from Earth. There's no way they are going to count Hikaru in that. 714. Anonymous from Earth. No, even if they are underaged, killing 3 people is normally still the death penalty. The lowest would be a life sentence. 715. Anonymous from Earth. What were the results of the psychology test? 722. Anonymous from Earth. Those stuff are not clear yet, but a guy that had been living normally saying that they suddenly went crazy won't be cutting it. 734. Anonymous from Earth. Then death penalty. 745. Anonymous from Earth. There's no doubt the death penalty is coming down. However, it will be performed after quite a while later, so there's no knowing if it will actually happen. It could go as far as 20 years later after all. 755. Anonymous from Earth. I don't care anymore. Whatever happens, Nanamitan won't be coming back. 761. Anonymous from Earth. I would like to hear what was the motive for the crime though. 765. Anonymous from Earth. Must have been a selfish reason anyways. 772. Anonymous from Earth. The ones that treated Hikaru as the culprit, come out and apologize. Your life will be over if Celica and Karen get you. 777. Anonymous from Earth. No, there's no knowing. Celica has made contact with Jin-chan through the messages. 781. Anonymous from Earth, saying Hikaru is innocent, so don't kill him. 784. Anonymous from Earth. No, she asked to give the resurrection gem to Hikaru. If there's anything they can do, they would do it. And then, Jin-chan gave an impossible request. 791. Anonymous from Earth. Impossible request, you say? 799. Anonymous from Earth. Wait, I will translate it. 803. Anonymous from Earth. It is such a pain that the real-time translation is so lacking. If only I knew English. 808. Anonymous from Earth. I am happy that I can understand a bit of the English streams of Celica and Karen. 815. Anonymous from Earth. Is she really going to do it? 822. Anonymous from Earth. I have translated it. The request of Jeanne was, there's so many messages. I can't deal with them. If you can reduce them to only a few messages a day, I don't mind giving it away. That's impossible. 830. Anonymous from Earth. With the popularity of Jin-chan, each movement of hers makes people send messages after all. 850. Anonymous from Earth. Celica's response. Wait for 10 days. I will definitely show results. Counting on you for the gem. 853. Anonymous from Earth. Strong. 862. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is so manly. I am going to fall in love all over again. 870. Anonymous from Earth. Then, is Nanamitan going to revive? 872. Anonymous from Earth. No, no matter if it is Celica, it should be impossible. You can easily send messages from a PC or a smartphone, you know? How is she going to control that? 877. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know. It must be an easy job for a genius. 882. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, Jin-chan didn't use the resurrection gem, even though she got first place. 894. Anonymous from Earth. She is the type that doesn't show much interest in people after all. 900. Anonymous from Earth. She doesn't seem to be that concerned about Earth either. 904. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, whichever the case, that means Jean-chan will be making contact with Hikaru. 907. Anonymous from Earth. Jean was heading to Melcha to begin with seeking the dungeon. 910. Anonymous from Earth. There's no way the gamer Jean wouldn't show interest in clearing a dungeon. 914. Anonymous from Earth. So she is going to be attacking while he is dejected about his farewell with Refriachan. What's going to happen? 918. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru seems to have adapted decently well compared to the other chosen. His relationship with Alex doesn't seem to be bad either. 922. Anonymous from Earth. I want Refrie-sama to see him and Jean-chan flirting and turning into a scene of carnage. 927. Anonymous from Earth. I want him to flirt with Alex. 931. Anonymous from Earth. Alex said he didn't have friends in his place despite being like that. What a mystery. Maybe it is like a high school debut? But this time it is a nice Kai debut. 936. Anonymous from Earth. A jock of his hometown seemed to be dissing him with pretty dirty words at the exclusive board after all. The exclusive board of Alex is so scary I can't get close to it. 940. Anonymous from Earth. After obtaining the title of hero, I silently closed the board that was making a joke out of him. I don't know how kind the board of Hikaru is. 944. Anonymous from Earth. I seriously want Alex to be happy in the Isekai. 949. Anonymous from Earth. Guys that are doing their all to flame someone in a bulletin board are not jocks. Isn't it a nerd that's just fuming because they are so jealous they couldn't get to transfer to an Isekai? 950. Anonymous from Earth. In a sense, Alex is straight on getting more horrible messages. Of course he wouldn't be able to tell Hikaru to open his messages. 959. Anonymous from Earth. Even though Alexander-kun is a kind young man who loves his family. Chapter 120, The Waking of Loneliness and Party Name. DCFM. Chapter 120, The Waking of Loneliness and Party Name. I didn't think my perfect life plan was going to be destroyed like this. My plan partially crumbled the moment Nanae was chosen to be transported to a parallel world. The moment Nanae was killed and my brother was transferred, my plan turned into ashes. I won't forgive the culprit. That's a matter of course. I won't forgive God. But I am merely a person. I can't fight God. However, I can use God. No matter what means I have to use. I am definitely going to revive my life plan that has turned into ashes. I, Kurose Hikaru, am a parallel world Otherworlder. If I had been in Japan without being transferred, I would be in the third term of my first year in high school. I might have been thinking bit by bit about what university to go to, or if I would leave the house and get a job. But now that is a far memory, like a far illusion or something. In the morning, I wake up on the crude bed of the inn. I lazily roll around the bed and try to form my plans for today, but the viewer count race has ended, Refria has left, and with the entrance prohibition still in place for the dungeon, I don't have any plans at all. So lonely, Hikaru. While I was rolling around the bed alone, a feeling of loneliness I have never tasted before had stabbed my back. My chest was throbbing for no reason, and the realization that I am alone in this world with no place to go had come down onto me. It is a sensation that I haven't tasted for a while since coming to this world, or it might even be the first time. I was desperate when getting out from the forest, and after that, I continued hiding in the darkness. Since meeting Refria, my head was filled with a viewer count race. Alone. In a world where I know no one. Hikaru. I unconsciously mutter this and put a pillow on me from the embarrassment. I probably managed to forget this loneliness thanks to Refria being there. Now that I have separated from her and I have lost my objective, which was the viewer count race, I didn't expect to feel this much loneliness from being alone. I didn't expect my heart to be this weak. The gazes from Earth are probably not as scary as they were before. By meeting Rafria, I have managed to become a bit more positive. I don't have the courage to open all the messages yet, but maybe if it is bit by bit like one message every day, maybe I can open them? That's how I felt. My mailbox has gone silent at +999. I don't know the actual number anymore. I have no choice but to check them in order. I don't even know the contents of it, and I don't know from who they are. Q. Hikaru. My finger I was about to stretch out wasn't advancing no matter what. Opening the mailbox, that's all I have to do, and yet, it was like opening the lid to hell. The loneliness and a feeling of constriction mixed and created fear that crawled my back. He seems to be enjoying his Isekai life even after killing his girlfriend. Just die already. What are you surviving for? Is the air of the Isekai tasty after taking away the future of Nanamikan and obtaining power? You should have been eaten alive. When I look at the message screen, I always end up remembering that time barely getting out of that forest with my life still on me. I learned that I was hated by the whole world as the killer of Nanami. Damn it. Hikaru, I really am weak. Now that the viewer count race is over, there's no need to be conscious about the number of people watching me. Rafria has already left, so I have no choice but to live while not associating with anyone too deeply. I have no choice but to live as a handyman in this unknown world, as a normal person. However, if I create a clear distance between me and Earth, maybe I can open the messages without minding about it. But it is still impossible for me. My finger trembles when I try to open that, and I hear the voices. After killing his girlfriend's family, he is going all up. Isekai protagonist. Everyone in the whole world is watching you. Killing your childhood friend and even a demon lord. Kudos to you. You must have really wanted to go up protagonist that much in the Isekai. You are a killer. What's that about being a hero? I close the status board, cover myself in a thin blanket, and shut my eyes. I didn't do it. But 1 week or maybe 10 days had passed when I got out of the forest. Nanami was killed right at the day when I transferred. It should have been known right away. Celica and Karen were at home, and the two even have a spare key to Nanami's house. Even if that's not the case, the fact that Nanami wasn't transferred, and the fact that I was chosen would have made everyone realize something happened. And yet, despite 10 days having passed after that, I was still considered the culprit. In other words, the true culprit had not been found, and my false charge wasn't cleared either. It is a false accusation in the truest of words. But I have outstanding little sisters like Celica and Karen, and yet that false accusation wasn't cleared, so there's no doubt it is impossible to do so. I can't say I was a good brother to the two, but even with that, I still think that those two would have taken my side, and they would have literally used a variety of means to clear the false accusations. In that sense, those two can be trusted. Even for the two, having a relative being considered a criminal would be detrimental for them. I don't know how well the culprit did it, but the situation turned for the better after that. There's no way that's the case, right, Hikaru? It is something that I have thought of countless times already. The chance that things have changed for the better in the time I didn't open the messages. Of course, the chances are not zero. There's the chance that the true culprit has been caught and Hikaru has been found innocent. But I also understand that it could also not be the case. If it has been proved that I am not guilty, the people that were watching me while wishing for me to die pathetically would have no reason to watch me anymore. There's no doubt that I managed to get first place in the total rankings, even if temporarily in the viewer count race, because I am still gathering attention as the culprit for killing Nanami. It is not like Rafria and the new sites of the dungeon exploration didn't play any part in it, but there's no way I could get first place in the whole competition. There's more than 700 chosen, I don't know what kind of isekai life they are leading, but if I didn't have special circumstances, there's no way I would be able to pass those 700 people, after the party ended. I tried asking Alex discreetly, and even he was only 28th in the viewer count race. That Alex that had formed a party, his dungeon exploration was going well, and he was proactive in speaking with women, has a good personality, and is a good-looking guy. It is because I am still being seen as a killer that I managed to get first place. How ironic, Hikaru. I am not someone that could get attention if I didn't have any circumstances. I am by no means a special attention-grabbing person like Celica and Karen. After curling up on the bed for a while and sleeping for a bit, I squirmed up. Let's stop forcing myself to think about the messages. About Earth. There might be a time when I have to face those, and maybe it will never come. But for me currently, it is simply an act that would hurt my heart. It is taking my all just to live, so I have no leeway to push myself to touch that. I put on my boots, fix myself to the minimum degree, and exit the inn. I get some simple stuff in my stomach on the way, and arrive at the guild. I am lucky, Hikaru. The guild was more inactive than usual. The dungeon is prohibited from entry, so all the explorers are currently off, or maybe doing work outside the dungeon like bodyguarding, collecting medicinal plants, or monster extermination. I walk inside the guild and search for what I was looking for. 7 days remaining in the entrance prohibition, Hikaru. It was posted in big letters. 7 days left, with thick parchment that had signs of having been used countless times. They are most likely using it every time there's a demon lord subjugation. I don't get what this chaotic element inside the dungeon is, but anyways, if we leave it be, this so-called chaotic element will be in a nice state, and it will be easier to get spirit stones from defeating monsters. Until then, you can't enter. You are Hikaru's, right? Have some time? I was called, so I looked, and it was the staff member at the time of the party. What business does she have? Is the question I posed, but it must be about the Demon Lord subjugation battle. I already heard from Alex that I was chosen as the #1 contributor. I was pretty surprised by the fact that they really made a Porter as the #1, but it has been decided, so it can't be helped. You still haven't received the reward for the Demon Lord subjugation, right? It is possible to leave it in the custody of the guild, but what will you do? How much was it? Hikaru. The #1 gets 10 gold. Gold? Hikaru. That's right. It would be a bit dangerous to walk around with it. 10 gold is enough money to live for a whole year. It is difficult to convert it into yen, but in terms of feel, it would be around 8 million yen. I have gotten rich in one night. But is it really okay for me to be the #1? Isn't there no precedent of a bronze being #1 in a Demon Lord subjugation? Hikaru. No. It is the 3rd time on record. It would be people that were just beginning as explorers, or strong people that simply left themselves registered. A variety of circumstances. You also had battle experience somewhere else before coming to Melshia, right? I don't have experience, but it is surprising that I am the 3rd one that has become #1 in a Demon Lord subjugation as a bronze. People with no prejudice towards Demon Lords might perform more easily. However, Demon Lord subjugations are comprised of silver rank or higher recently. So it really has been a while since a low rank has performed. Even now there's still topics popping up for discussions about delineating things with ranks. Thinking about the possibility of people dying. Isn't that the natural precaution? Hikaru. Of course. It is a system made for the sake of that after all. But people like you that are bounced off by the system appear every now and then. That's a loss for the guild too. I think it is irregular enough that it is okay to ignore it. May be weird coming from me though. Hikaru. Being strong from the very beginning is just a delusion. Even I am not really strong. It is just that I was in the party of Refria, and I feel like if I were to explore the 3rd floor alone 30 times, I would mess up once and die. The fourth floor is even more impossible. Even the Demon Lord battle. It simply went barely well. Luckily, the reality was that Rafria almost died, and my attacks barely even worked. By the way, the Love Twin Birds still hasn't been disbanded. What will you do? I heard Rafriason has left the city. Love, eh? Hikaru. What did this person say just now? Love Twin Birds. The party of you and Rafriason. What apostrophe s. That? Hikaru. As I said, your party name. Eh? Hikaru. I thought I would faint there. I didn't care about something like the party name, and Rafria didn't say anything, so I didn't pay it any mind. But Love Twin Birds. I was poking fun at the party name of Alex, the Thunder Fangs, but Love Twin Birds disbanded. Hikaru. It took my all just to say that. Chapter 121. Lie down. Future and White Freedom. I escaped from the guild perplexed. I have let the guild have custody of the 10 gold. I still have plenty of money saved from exploring the dungeon with Rafria even without using those 10 gold. So it should be a good to keep them as savings for the future. I have no choice but to live forever in this world. Rafria too has told me to live. In that case, I have to think about the future too. Right now I can't even imagine what kind of future there is, but I have to, at the very least. I can't become a Templar, Hikaru. It is also impossible to hang out at the workplace of Rafria. Becoming a Templar is apparently quite high up in the jobs that one wants to be after retiring from being an explorer. You could say this is also the demerit of affection of spirits. I could also begin a business. At moments like this, the chosen who have experience as working adults must have the advantage. Hikaru. I was thinking this while walking aimlessly around the city. There's also the choice of entering a school. Hikaru. If this were a world where there was a school system for magic, there might have been something like a magic school. But sadly to say, the magic of this world is established from a contract with spirits. Rather than studying about it, it is more of a feel. Rather than a mage, it is closer to a shaman. If there's no magic school, it is hard to believe there's still something for me to learn in a normal school in this world when I finished middle school in Japan. Of course, it might simply be that I don't know about its existence, but there's the chance that there's a place that teaches on a high school level. There's also farming, or maybe lumbering. Hikaru. I feel like both would be difficult. I have no knowledge in agriculture, and I don't know about lumbering either. I could get taught by the natives, but it is not like I feel a desire to do it. In the end, it is being an explorer. Hikaru. There's the risk of death. However, I am way too suited for running the second floor of the Melchior dungeon in terms of capabilities. I should be able to earn efficiently to a point that it would be unfathomable compared to other jobs. In that case, I will earn money as an explorer, search for something I like with that money, and also search for anything else I would want to do in the meantime. Also, if I am mainly focusing in hunting in that dark second floor, I should be able to reduce the numbers that inflated from the viewer count race. In that case, I should return little by little to a normal lifestyle. Hikaru. Let's go bathing more often. Warm up my body, and properly sleep in a decent place. Bathe in the light of the sun as much as possible, and properly have all meals of the day, performing a natural lifestyle in a natural way. That's my first mission. As someone who has decided to live in this world, now then, I say a natural lifestyle, but I don't really know this world well. Rafria has returned to her home, and I don't have any acquaintances. Alex and his party would probably help me out in a variety of ways, but I don't even know where they are living. I should think bit by bit about my lifestyle. Hikaru. I walk aimlessly around the city while making sure not to get too close to the church. What I want to do, what I want to become. I didn't think once about this since coming to this world. I am an Otherworlder, and am being watched the whole time, so it would be difficult to live with someone. It naturally ends up with me having to live alone, but I am currently in a state where I don't even know what kind of lifestyle there is, so I am drawing a blank in what choices there are. I got 10 gold coins as a reward from subjugating the Demon Lord. They still have it, but if I have that as my capital, I should be able to do a lot of things. I don't really have anything I want to do. Hikaru, before I was transferred, I was always supporting my little sisters. I didn't have any noteworthy hobbies, and food I like. Can't really think of anything. I would always help out my little sisters, would get scolded in place of my little sisters, would convince my parents and grandfather in place of my little sisters, and would fulfill their requests. You could say I am now in a state where I am free from my parents and little sisters. I have complicated feelings about this, Hikaru. It is not like I wished to be freed from my little sisters. I was satisfied with my lifestyle, and I thought it was fine to just live normally. But I probably had no core. Nanami chose the high school, and I simply decided on that one as well since it suited my school grades, and my little sisters asked me not to join any clubs and go back home as soon as possible, so I simply did as I was told. A brook flows by the side of the road in the territory of the Great Water Spirit, a beautiful city of water. The road is stone-paved, and the buildings are also made of stone, and there's a lot of them with high-quality designs. There's a lot of stores lined up at the market. The food is literally piled up like a mountain, and if this were a trip, it would definitely be a sight that would stimulate my curiosity. Freedom, huh? Hikaru. I opened my status board, and I could see that I had more than 100 million viewers even though I was simply walking around the city. There's no such thing as freedom when I am being watched by that many people. Even if it is a normal livelihood, the viewers that are peeking on that and the ones wishing for my failure were tormenting me the 24 hours of the day. Thinking about it normally, their apostrophe no way all viewers know about me being suspected as a killer before watching me. I don't know if something like that exists, but there might be people that just check out the person and watch them after seeing a ranking or something. I don't know in what way we are being watched by the viewers aside from what God has told us beforehand. They can watch freely from a PC, smartphone, or TV. That's what they said. They should be able to soon tell I am suspected of being the killer of Nanami once they watch me and try to make a light search about me. And then, they would adjust their perception as he was that kind of terrible person. He was enjoying his Isekai life with a nonchalant face. Just imagining that flow of events was tiring my heart. I am not the culprit. Hikaru. I muttered this faintly while I was walking. It is a pointless action. Even if the person that is suspected as the culprit were to say I didn't do it, what would that achieve? Nothing. Only deepen the suspicion. When I was young, all the pranks of my little sisters ended up with me being the one at fault. Even when my little sisters would apologize later to mother, I ended up being the one scolded. Because of you, Celica learned bad things. Because of you, Karen has begun to do unnecessary things. At first, I would try to explain myself, but I don't know when. I realized that persuading them was impossible and just gave up. Fortunately, my little sisters were smart, and they began to act in a way that wouldn't trouble their brother around the time they were at the last years of elementary school. But in the end, it was still thorny between me and my mother who was not related by blood. I wanted to get along with them. Unlike Nanami who took distance from her parents on her own accord, I wanted to interact normally with my parents. I might have thought even more strongly about it after seeing Nanami lose her faith in her parents from the one act of abandoning one dog. I have been asked countless times by Nanami's parents to try and persuade her, but Nanami was unbelievably stubborn, and never forgave them. And in the end, a sudden end came without her daughter ever forgiving them. Uncle and auntie. They were also killed. Along with Nanami. Hikaru. I should actually be more angry. Get angry, throw a tantrum, and fire blame. But having suddenly been thrown into a parallel world forest, the timing was lost. Nanami won't come back. Sadness. That feeling will always stay in my chest, and the hand of the culprit won't be reaching me no matter how much he tries. Only that reality alone was leaning coldly inside my heart. Hate. Every time my memories of Nanami surface in my mind, hatred towards the culprit that took away her future well up in me. However, I couldn't bring those honest feelings of hatred out. I never brought those feelings once to the outside. The people watching me think that I am the culprit after all. If I were to blame the culprit, what would happen? They would simply laugh at the pathetic theatrics. What would happen if I were to show mortification for the culprit having escaped? They would just laugh at me for trying to put the blame on a fictitious culprit, or simply scoff at me thinking I have gone crazy. The viewers are the allies of the true culprit. I don't want to show my inner feelings to those viewers. I can't take the possibility of my hatred towards the culprit being consumed as fuel for their laughter. A culprit I don't even know the name of. Just like how my viewers are hating me in a place where they can't put their hands on me, I am also in a place where I can't put a hand on the culprit. If I were on Earth, it would just end with seeing a photo and going it is him. But I can't do anything towards the culprit in a parallel world. I am the only one who knows the truth. I alone know the culprit. Chapter 122. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kurose Hikaru, 4187th. The Moment with Love Twin Birds is on the next one. 3. Anonymous from Earth. The profile of Ozawa-kun who was arrested urgently. Link. 12. Anonymous from Earth. Even though he is underaged, the information got spread in an instant. It is as if someone is pulling the strings on the back. 20. Anonymous from Earth. Don't poke too deep into it. You are going to get erased. 22. Anonymous from Earth. To think it really was a guy in Hikaru's school. 32. Anonymous from Earth. He had an apology letter in his own handwriting. It is truly a mystery. 40. Anonymous from Earth. So he really killed Nanami thinking that he would get to go to the Isekai? He is nuts. 49. Anonymous from Earth. He must have believed the fake stories on the net. There's a decent degree of idiots in society. 57. Anonymous from Earth. Proactive idiots being the worst kind really shows here. 77. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being the culprit was quite strong to begin with, so the complete turn has really stirred up the whole world. This is crazy. 79. Anonymous from Earth. It is only a matter of time before the house of the culprit gets literally burned down. 85. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of burning, the guy that literally burned the house of Hikaru should surrender themselves. 101. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen would magnificently evade comments regarding the true culprit in their streams. Was that because they knew this would happen? 116. Anonymous from Earth. The discovery of the culprit was way too nonsensical. I can only think of this as someone having confined him and then throwing him out. 123. Anonymous from Earth. If that's the case, the culprit would say that was the case. No, it could be that he is saying it, but the police aren't announcing it. 127. Anonymous from Earth. I was confined. Like that? Would that be trusted? 139. Anonymous from Earth. It would most likely be impossible to bring out proof of him being confined after all. For the police, he is just the culprit. Plain and simple. They are probably not interested in the period of time he escaped. It would be the end by just throwing him in the slammer after all. 153. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen were also not too into talks about the true culprit all this time. That's why, maybe Celica and Karen also thought Hikaru was the true culprit? Is what I silently thought in my mind. Well, it seems I was completely missing the mark there. But if it was Celica and Karen who were hiding Ozawa, the dots would connect. Even in the total stakes bets, Hikaru was one of the candidates for the first chosen to die when he started in that dangerous forest. However, he was strangely blessed with viewership, gained crystals and points, and survived, right? At that time, I didn't find it strange at all. It was burning everywhere from him being suspected as the killer of Nanamikan after all. But after seeing this strange arrest story of the culprit, I'm beginning to feel like it was set from the start, as if it were an artificially created scenario. 160. Anonymous from Earth. The mystery novel writer came. 164. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are not your weird story of them actually being old men over 30 years old, you know. They were elementary schoolers just recently. 178. Anonymous from Earth. Not your regular children, but I don't think they have the physical strength to achieve something like confining someone. 183. Anonymous from Earth. They could have hired an assassin. They do have the money. 190. Anonymous from Earth. Do assassins actually exist? 205. Anonymous from Earth. Why do you even think they don't? It is something anyone can do. Moreover, you can get a lot of money from it. 212. Anonymous from Earth. Celica looked like she was moved by the culprit having been apprehended, but Karen was completely normal. It made me laugh. 224. Anonymous from Earth. Karen. Isn't it great that he was arrested? Tilda. That. 226. Anonymous from Earth. Ha. I got it. The true culprit that killed Nanamikan are Celica and Karen. Ozawa was simply a scapegoat, and because they were scared of their brother being taken by Nanamikan, they killed her. Hikaru having been selected to go to the parallel world was an accident. 235. Anonymous from Earth. 3 points. Or more like, what are you talking about? Nanamikan taking their brother? She was going to go sayonara and head to the Isekai, so their rival would be gone by default. 247. Anonymous from Earth. If that were the case, Twin Sis wouldn't have any reason to help out in reviving Nanamikan. 260. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru will become Rafrie-sama's, so maybe it was their way of atoning. 272. Anonymous from Earth. Atoning. Ha. 281. Anonymous from Earth. Offer Nanamikan. This is an offering to the gods. 287. Anonymous from Earth. 3 points. 299. Anonymous from Earth. If Nanamikan were to be revived, the mass media wouldn't leave it be, and the truth would be revealed immediately. 310. Anonymous from Earth. I don't think the religious people would leave it be. Won't they go? A resurrected person shouldn't exist. 322. Anonymous from Earth. They would either worship her or kill her. 340. Anonymous from Earth. I would be the first in line for an Nanami religion. A religion of just cuteness. 351. Anonymous from Earth. Leaving aside the atonement business, Celica was one of the first finders, right? She had a spare key, was the first one to enter the room, and found the corpse. 366. Anonymous from Earth. If this were a mystery novel, that would definitely be the first move of the culprit. 380. Anonymous from Earth. The bodies of her parents were found in the dining room and Nanamikan in her own room, right? There were no signs of struggle either. 387. Anonymous from Earth. The perfect culprit move of Celica. If we weren't bulletin board residents, we would have missed it. 390. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is also a genius killer. 401. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe Hikaru's family is actually a house of ninjas. 403. Anonymous from Earth. So it really was the genius. 405. Anonymous from Earth. Karen does look like a kunoichi. 412. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, Celica and Karen live next door, so they should have already been investigated, right? 419. Anonymous from Earth. So there's someone who is actually taking this seriously. 427. Anonymous from Earth. And what if it is actually true? In the first place, you would wonder just what in the world is Ozalkan who had been selected as the scapegoat, right? Also, what happens with what Hikaru said about the culprit being a student from the same year? 438. Anonymous from Earth. A student of the same year he does not know the name of. Hikaru was also complicit in the killing of Nanamikan. 444. Anonymous from Earth. What's this BS? Have you people already forgotten just for whose sake Hikaru was putting his life on the line for just a few days ago? 452. Anonymous from Earth. Go to the hospital for the brain. 481. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, will Nanamikan revive? That's what's important. Who the true culprit is. The truth of the incident. Everything would be resolved with the resurrection of Nanamikan. 498. Anonymous from Earth. No idea yet. We don't know if Celica's strange plan will succeed. 509. Anonymous from Earth. Can't call it a strange plan, right? The reality is that the number of messages is actually decreasing. 517. Anonymous from Earth. It really looks like they threw their private funds to the fire for this. There's not a single gain from this. It is actually utilizing the nature of the messages don't reach unless you have strong feelings, but you normally wouldn't have the guts to actually do it. 527. Anonymous from Earth. The advertisement cost must be crazy. They are even using TV commercials. 533. Anonymous from Earth. Does everyone know what Celica did? 540. Anonymous from Earth. More like, you still don't know even though you came to this thread? 546. Anonymous from Earth. The Jean exclusive board is having a festival. 555. Anonymous from Earth. In the TVs of France and the internet, they are showing frequently send messages of support to Jean Crenit. The messages that safely arrive get €1,000. 567. Anonymous from Earth. What's with that campaign that could blow up in their faces instead? 580. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't €1,000 around 100,000 yen? They are going to bankrupt themselves. 592. Anonymous from Earth. No, the messages have actually decreased. 599. Anonymous from Earth. Why? 613. Anonymous from Earth. In order to make it valid, in the site that Twin Sis had prepared, you have to send a specific thing. The unique code is generated instantly, and you have to send a message with that code included in that message. And so, if that message with the code safely arrives at Jean, you get €1,000. 635. Anonymous from Earth. I see, so the code is not being generated. 650. Anonymous from Earth. No. A software to automatically generate one has been made, so the code is generated and sent to you almost instantly. But, for some reason, most of the ones with the generated codes in them get bounced off even when you send them to Jean. However, several messages are reaching Jean and you really do get the €1,000, and that's what the festival is about. It is like a free lottery. 657. Anonymous from Earth. The big trap of one message being 100,000 yen. 664. Anonymous from Earth. 100,000 yen is big. It could even be a monthly salary. 666. Anonymous from Earth. Even 10 in one day would be around 1 million yen. Huh. Isn't that too rough even for Twin Sis? 679. Anonymous from Earth. That would be around 30 million a month, and 360 million a year. I would die. 695. Anonymous from Earth. By intentionally mixing impure emotions like wanting money into their messages, they are decreasing the messages that reach. Even if you can think of it, would you actually do it? 710. Anonymous from Earth. They are actually doing it. 721. Anonymous from Earth. But wait, there's more. It is apparently a mechanism in the messages, or like a criteria which has been researched. The criterias are soft on the chosen that don't get many messages, so almost any random message can reach. But when it comes to Jean, it instead rarely reaches. Even with that, the total numbers are crazy high. Even if the messages that reach are only 1 out of 50, the number of people sending them are high to begin with. Moreover, it is not a criteria like no matter how much it increases, a certain number of messages will certainly reach. It is plainly, the higher the number of messages sent, the higher the difficulty for them to reach. In other words, if the total messages reach the limit, the difficulty is also taken up a notch, meaning that, by Celica creating that campaign, she is purposely going over the total message limit by increasing the number of messages to a ridiculous degree, inherently decreasing the number of messages that can reach. 726. Anonymous from Earth. In RPGs, there's those where the enemy's levels increase with the level of your character. So it is like that disgusting system, 728. Anonymous from Earth. Also, even if it does take a bit of money, it doesn't matter as long as Nanamikan is resurrected. It is also written in small letters that it is a time-limited campaign. 732. Anonymous from Earth. If the total messages increase drastically, the restriction level that was implemented will go up as well. 744. Anonymous from Earth. It might be the ultimate. Prepare a number of fake agents that say I really got it, and then you don't actually need to give the prize. It is hard to say if this is not a scam after all. 759. Anonymous from Earth. So cruel, lol. 768. Anonymous from Earth. If this were a scam, they wouldn't give a half-baked number like €1,000 and go all in like €10,000 or something. 780. Anonymous from Earth. This is also valid for Japan, right? I am gonna go send a message. 787. Anonymous from Earth. I already did a long time ago. It didn't reach at all though. I had no other emotion but wanting money after all. 795. Anonymous from Earth. God being able to filter them by strong emotions is incredible. An unknown mechanism. You would need strong emotions like the time when a company president somewhere was handing around 1 million yen. 809. Anonymous from Earth. The problem with this is that one person can send as many as they want. I think more than 100 are sent for each head. Who knows how many that makes in one day. 822. Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, the matter about the difficulty of having your message accepted, I have seen that on Twitter. When it comes to the unpopular chosen that barely get any messages, messages that are truly pointless can arrive. I only remember thinking unpopular chosen are really pitiful. 845. Anonymous from Earth. It is a system that was implemented after a damn crazy amount of trash messages were sent in the beginning, but Celica and Karen are turning that to their advantage as if nothing. 851. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, this means that Jan giving Hikaru the resurrection gem has been settled. 856. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamikan is coming back. Resurrection. 865. Anonymous from Earth. It would be a really pivotal day for the Christians. I think the Vatican will be turning the gears in their head wondering how they should take this. At worst, it could come to, how about assassinating her to play it off as if it never happened. 872. Anonymous from Earth. You are reading way too many light novels, dude. 888. Anonymous from Earth. It is for sure that the God here is different from the one in Christianity, but resurrection in itself is a special thing. The resurrection of Christ will bring the death back to life, and the last judgment will begin. Resurrection of Christ equals all the dead are resurrected equals the dead Nanami is resurrected. Resurrection of Christ equals last judgment. that kind of diagram would be made. 894. Anonymous from Earth. That's one convoluted diagram, lol. 902. Anonymous from Earth. The Last Judgment is already upon us. With the judgment of God, we have been separated by chosen and not chosen. This world will now be entering Jhana. 911. Anonymous from Earth. There's people who truly believe that, the current society is one of decadence. 912. Anonymous from Earth. The end. The world will perish. 916. Anonymous from Earth. If Nanamikan is resurrected, at that instant, the Last Judgment would begin. This is bad. 926. Anonymous from Earth. Last Judgment, you say? The one where Gabriel blows the trumpet. 940. Anonymous from Earth. That's the Book of Revelation. The word apocalypse is normally heard of. The book that revealed the last moments of the world. 947. Anonymous from Earth. Doesn't the Book of Revelation also talk about the end of the world? I don't really know. 959. Anonymous from Earth. In the Book of Revelation, Christ will resurrect at the last moments of the world. At that time, all the people will be revived, and on top of that, it will be a from now on, we will be doing the Last Judgment. The evil ones will be dropped to hell and suffer forever without dying. The people of faith will be saved and go to the Millennium Kingdom. That's basically the story. 965. Anonymous from Earth. Resurrect in order to kill them? Is what I thought for a second. But they are resurrecting the dead to give them an eternity of suffering where they can't die. I see. So that's heaven or hell. 968. Anonymous from Earth. Talk about going on a tangent. With how much you have talked about Christianity, this won't wrap up with just a joke. 970. Anonymous from Earth. Do Christians really believe that? No way, right? 973. Anonymous from Earth. Aren't we actually heading to that at this very point in time? 974. Anonymous from Earth. All religions have their thoughts of the end of the world. With the appearance of God, all of them are pretty tense. 980. Anonymous from Earth. The end. It is the end. This world is going to perish. 982. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamikan might be worshipped as the reincarnation of Christ. 990. Anonymous from Earth. It is plenty possible. Whichever the case, it would bring in the cash. Just by having her talk about the world of the death, even if it is a lie, it would bring a huge fortune. 994. Anonymous from Earth. Well, Celica has probably already thought about all of that. 995. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I hope the smile of Hikaru returns with Nanamikan coming back. 999. Anonymous from Earth. That. Chapter 123, Sea Fishing and Dream. The sea, Hikaru. I walked around aimlessly and arrived at the sea. I feel like the scent of salt is thinner than that of Japan, but I remember reading in a book that that smell is because of the decay of plankton. So it might be different from Earth, but it is clear that this world resembles Earth quite a lot. If it were completely different, this rocky shore itself probably wouldn't even exist. I'm not a specialist or anything, so I don't know much about it though. There's tens of wooden sailing boats anchored. A big harbor. I don't know how it was made, but there's even a weir, and it looks like a good place for fishing. Now that I think about it, fishing was the only hobby I continued. It might be nice to try it out. I walked along the harbor for a bit and managed to find a fishing gear store. More accurately speaking, it gives the air of a tool store for fishermen, but it seems like they also have fishing rods for personal use. For now, I bought a primitive-looking rod that was made of what seemed like bamboo with a string attached to the end. It doesn't look like something a fisherman would use, so it must be just for fun. They are even selling bait, so fishing at the harbor might be one of the few major leisure activities in this world. I shoulder the rod and search for a good-looking place. A wharf section made by leveling big rocks had ships lined up, and there were a number of anglers on top of the wharf too. There's giant rocks piled up at the sea that were to reduce the waves, which I don't know how they brought them there. Maybe high-level Earth Spirit users did that, or it might have been the Great Earth Spirit that helped out. This world has no technology, but they have spirit power. There's no inconvenience to their lifestyles to the point that I can't really say they are a less advanced world. You could say they are a literal fantasy world. Let's try fishing at the wharf, Hikaru. It is not something you think of often in Japan, but it looks like it is not prohibited for anglers to be on the wharf. Well, if they were to get in the way of the fishermen and the cargo unloading, I feel like they would be punched and thrown to the sea. But there's not many people working. I sat down at a random spot, and put a sandworm at the hook, and cast it out to the sea. In Japan, if you don't do it properly, the only thing you would be getting are grasshoppers. But I wonder how it will turn out in an isekai. No way I will be reeling in monsters, right? I suddenly think of something and decide to cheat a bit. Dark sense. Hikaru. The perception wave searched out even the sea below me. This spirit ability lets me see through the darkness without obstruction, but it can be used anywhere. It can even be used to see if there's any people at the other side of a wall. So it is unexpectedly handy. I could use it to detect Sahugan inside the water at the 4th floor of the dungeon, so I can of course know if there's fish. I see. It looks like there are quite the big fishes. The water depth is around 5 meters. Hikaru. Maybe because my dark sense still has low proficiency, I can't tell their exact size, but there's a lot of fishes that go over the 100 centimeters mark. There's even some who go above the 2 meters in size close by. The isekai sea really is different from that of Japan. I don't think they are monsters, but I don't know if they are edible fish. Well, in the first place, I can't reel in a big one like that with this cheap fishing rod though. Oh, Hikaru. In around 1 minute, I caught a fish. It is a fishing rod, and the string is short, so there's not much freedom in movement, but it looks like a fish that was going around his bittern. I tried pulling it up, and it was an unexpectedly big blue fish, and resembled a horse mackerel. Of course, the taste must be different, so I don't know if it can be eaten. I could investigate it for 1 crystal, but using a crystal for that would be stupid. I put the fish in the shadow storage. Things don't get jumbled up inside this shadow storage, so there's no problem putting in food just like that. And set the next bait. As expected of an isekai, it seems like the fishes weren't intimidated by this, and I got a new fish soon after. I enjoyed fishing for a while. Even though it is right in the morning with good weather, I managed to forget about the gazes of Earth. In other words, I am slowly getting used to my circumstances. Maybe the loneliness blowing in my heart is something I can't do anything about, but I think I will eventually get used to it too. No matter what other people think of me, no matter if the true culprit has been caught or not. Nanami died, uncle and auntie died. My family couldn't stay in Japan, and I have no choice but to live alone in this world. That won't change. I can't do anything about that. That's the reality of things. And my current position that I can't change. Yeah, right. If only it was so easy to demarcate it so cleanly, Hikaru. It definitely would be easier if I could. I can't return to Earth. So if only I could completely forget about that place and live in this world. A warm wind blew, and the water was waving shallowly. No one else is watching, only the moon. Rafria said that, in the end, she didn't understand that there are millions of people watching her. But is that so? Maybe she is the right one. And I am the one in the wrong? My only basis that I am being watched is the number in the status board. It is not like there's drones flying around me, and it is not like I am being followed around by a cameraman. I am being watched. I don't think that in itself is a lie. However, I'm being too bothered by it. Maybe Rafria was teaching me that. It is true that the moon is all the way up there, and it might be watching me. It is the same as that. Is there really a reason to be bothered about it? This is something that I have thought of hundreds, thousands of times. Being here hanging my fishing rod in a peaceful seashore, it even makes me feel as if everything is just a delusion of mine and I am a resident of this world from the very beginning. Right now I can't cut it off, but if I continue a life of just fishing, a day when I think of Earth as just a dream or an illusion might come. I think about that while I hang the fishing line. The warm salty wind was caressing my cheek. The white seabird is crying. I am getting sleepy, Hikaru. I thought that for a moment, and I fell asleep at some point in time. I had a dream of when I was a child. There was a time when Nanami gave food to a stray dog and it grew attached to her, and it followed her to her house. A cute mixed medium-sized dog, and Nanami and I, who knew close to nothing about pets, were patting it a whole lot and gave it watermelon to eat. The dog must have recognized the people that gave it food as its master. It followed Nanami just like that to her house's garden and stayed there. Nanami didn't know dogs grew this attached to people and she was completely moved by this, and gave it the name Ai. I stayed in the garden of Nanami for a while, and when I went to hang out, she would wave its tail and follow behind Nanami. Ai would most likely be taken into Nanami's family just like that. I thought with my childish heart. One day after many days similar to that past, Nanami came to my house in tears. While she was at school, her father had called the health center, and had handed Ai over. Nanami said she didn't want to go back to her house anymore, crept into my bed, and bawled her eyes out. I can understand now. Her parents must have thought a stray dog is in the end a stray dog, so she would disappear eventually. But Ai didn't go anywhere. She would wait for Nanami to come back from school, and sleep in front of the entrance at night as if to wait for Nanami to come out. Ai had grown way too attached, and as a result, she was killed. They said it was okay to keep her. I even gave her food. Nanami. Hikaru. One day, they are going to throw me away too. Nanami. Was she sad? Or was she angry? Most likely both. It may not be as much as my little sisters, but she was plenty wise herself. And she already knew what happened to dogs that are taken to the health center. She also understood that there's nothing she could do as a child. And the very fact that such a cruel act was taken by her parents must have been something that she couldn't accept. Or maybe, if I stay at that house, I will one day be killed. Nanami. No way that's gonna happen. Uncle and auntie are kind. Hikaru. Hiken. If they were truly kind, they wouldn't have called the health center. Even me, if they don't like me, they will throw me away or kill me. Nanami. It was an irreparable crack that was formed between her and her parents. Since then, Nanami couldn't dispel her distrust towards her parents, and when there was something important, she would definitely ask me and my little sisters. It might be because, in her, we were the only people trustworthy. At the time when she was choosing between taking middle school exams or going to a public school, at the times when she chose a club and got tired of it, and even at the time when choosing high schools, she entrusted the decision to us. It calmed down soon after that incident where she stayed for one night in my house, but the words that Nanami said after leaving and what happened after, strangely remain in my memories. If I were to be killed, make sure to definitely take revenge. Okay, Hiken? Promise me. Even though that was only the nonsense of a child. Hikaru. I opened my eyes and muttered this while facing nothing. The scenery hasn't changed from before I went to sleep. When I confirmed the time in the status board, I had only been sleeping for 30 minutes. I had quite the nostalgic dream. That dog was there for around 2 weeks, I think. It is the memory of a child. Maybe it actually was just a few days, like maybe 5 days. It was an instant for an adult. But for children, that's plenty enough time to become best friends. Why did I see a dream like that? I failed to revive Nanami, and can't take revenge for Nanami. Is it maybe because those regrets were smoldering in the depths of my heart like a glowing ember? Or I might have been shown this dream to scold me for thinking for an instant about giving up on everything, forgetting about Earth, and living here? I set a new bait onto the hook that already had its bait taken away and cast it onto the sea. After a while, I caught another fish. I put that into the shadow storage almost as if automated. I passed time plainly in order to not think of anything, and when I thought about leaving already, a voice resonated in my mind. An announcement to all chosen. We will be performing the first system update. Chapter 124, System Update and Surprise Present. A sudden announcement as usual. They could just tell us in written format, and yet, God is telling us with their voice like this. It might be because there might be people who wouldn't read it if it is only in the status board. I put the fishing rod in the shadow storage, and headed to the end of the wharf without any real reason. Anyways, system update. Please select them from the status board. Camera filming mode. When I check the status board, there certainly is an option for camera photo mode added. I tapped it, and it seems like I can choose from manual and auto. Current mode is auto. Is the automatic translation mode off option in order to enjoy the Isekai language? 1 crystal for 1. Effective for 10 minutes. After buying the temporary filming stop ticket, please use them at the timing you see fit. In the cases when you use them consecutively, you can add time depending on the amount used. Temporary filming stop ticket. Hikaru. That's something I wished for. If it had been the past me, I would have jumped at the opportunity and thrown all of my remaining points into it. But 1 crystal for 10 minutes is expensive. Way too expensive. Even if I were to use enough for 1 point, it would only be 5 hours. There would only be limited scenarios to use them. Or more like, even if you create a period of time you are not being seen, what would you be doing? It says there were a lot of requests for this, but how were those requests sent? If the chosen say something, God would hear it, and would whimsically decide if to implement it or not. On top of that, we will be giving a surprise present to all chosen this once. Please check out the Present of God text on the status board. Present, Hikaru. We are talking about something that God would do. I instead had a bad feeling about this, but I opened it. Does everyone get the same thing? You have confirmed it, right? The surprise present this time around is 20 minutes of video call with a relative from Earth. It has been a month since you have been transferred to a parallel world. Everyone must have been feeling homesick, would be passing a hard time, or experienced so much you can't even finish talking about it in the time you were living a life you were unaccustomed with. Please hit all of those feelings onto your far family. I listened to that announcement half dumbfounded. Video call with a relative. By relative, does it mean my parents? And Celica and Karen? The video call would connect. Call start. It is a surprise, so it will connect suddenly, but enjoy it with that added to the equation. Okay tilde. God gave this announcement with an irresponsible cheerful voice. The status board text disappeared, and blacked out. Ta-aru. The sound of a telephone rang. It really isn't even giving me a chance to prepare myself mentally, and will just connect all of a sudden. You are kidding me, right? Hikaru. I am scared. A call with my family? My heart is not ready yet. My heart was racing and sweat was covering my back. If it were Nanami, she would have definitely been sad for me. She would be angry that I pushed myself. Would be happy that I survived and that she managed to contact me. But I don't know what will happen with my family. What would it be for my parents? The two were indifferent towards me. But with me being a suspect for killing Nanami, they had to leave the house. So there's a high chance they hate me, especially mother. No. In the first place, it is a relative. Who'll it be connecting to? Hikaru. Celica and Karen have moved from Japan to overseas. The two won't be troubled with language barriers, so they won't be having that many issues no matter the country they go to. But this and that are two different things. They must have separated from their friends, abandoned everything and moved away. 'Cause I got that message just 10 days after coming to this world. The two are intelligent, so they most likely already have an idea that I was sent to the parallel world against my will and that someone else is the true culprit. The two were pretty attached to me, but since entering middle school, they have been acting differently from when they were in elementary. It is said that when you are extremely intelligent, it is hard to converse with normal people. Since elementary school, it was widely known that my little sisters were geniuses, so my mother had bought all of those kinds of books and had me read them. Those two might have entered that stage. Even so, it would be best if the call were to connect to Celica. If it is my mother, it would be the worst. Hikaru. It is fine if it is Karen too, but she doesn't speak to me much, so there's the chance I wouldn't be able to get the information I need in 20 minutes. On the other hand, Celica should be able to tell me what I need to know in that span of time. My father normally doesn't say anything, but there's days when he would suddenly begin talking as if a spark had been lit, and in the first place, he rarely is even at home, so there's only a low chance it will connect to my dad. Though it could instead connect to Dad, who is going around alone. If it happens, it happens. The problem would be if it were to connect when my mother is alone. After the sound continued for a while, the status screen connected to somewhere with a pure sound. In the screen there's the face of my surprised mother, and the background of a hotel room I haven't seen before. What's going on here? Huh? Is that Anichan? Mother. Hikaru. Yeah, there's no allies for me. The one it connected to was my mother. Mother, who was displayed on the screen, was showing exhaustion. For her, a screen must have suddenly appeared in midair, and her son that had gone to a parallel world was shown there. She looks fine, Hikaru. She has gotten fancier than the mother I know. Blonde hair all over. Dense foundation. Deep crimson lipstick. What's this? What's going on? God said it is a surprise present to talk to my family. Hikaru. Huh? Something like that. Just choose Celica-chan. Why me? Mother grumbled complaints. But it has already connected, so no going around it. You haven't changed, Mother. Hikaru. You seem to be having it rough. Mother sips on her wine while saying that with a voice that held no emotions. Seeing my mother, who is not showing any signs of missing me despite being so long since she has seen her son, was instead giving me relief. She is a person that is always having the world circling around her, and her pace doesn't get thrown in disarray by others. And there's not a single thought of her pampering her non-blood related son. Even so, maybe because I have been living alone in this world where I know no one for so long, just by seeing my mother, my eyes grew hotter and I disliked that. However, I only have 20 minutes. There's no point having a casual talk with her. In order to avoid having her notice that my voice has grown raspy, I asked in a low voice, "Are Celica and Karen there?" Hikaru. No. They aren't. They aren't? Hikaru. My heart shook. Seeing that so normal state of my mother, I was relieved for a moment, but with me being bashed, it wouldn't be strange for something to have happened to my family. More so with those two who are still in middle school. Celica-chan and Karen-chan gave me this as a present. You see, I am currently cruising around the whole world. Cruising? Hikaru. That's right. I am going around the world for 100 days. Nice, right? Well, I guess. Hikaru. Somewhere in my heart, I thought that at least my family would be worried about me. There's no way it would be exactly as I imagined, but I thought that they would have their eyes nailed at the TV and at the very least, be cheering for me. I unknowingly had been hoping for that at some point in time. Energy was sapped out from my whole body. She poured wine in her glass to help herself to more, and she gulped it down once again. She is going faster than usual. Her grandson has suddenly begun talking to her in a video call, so she might be scared internally. As proof of that, Mother was not looking over here and was facing diagonally backwards. It might just be that she hates me though. Then, that means Celica and Karen are not with you? Hikaru. That's right. They presented us with a 100 days trip saying that they wouldn't want to get in the way of us married couple. They said they had that ready a while ago. You really gotta have intelligent daughters. When Anichan was around, those girls must have been holding back for their traitless Anichan. Were they holding back? Even I knew that those two outstanding people were not the type that should be shut inside such a small house. But for me, those two were simple, small, and cute little sisters. Just like Mother says, I was a brother with no redeeming qualities. But I did try to do my utmost best as their brother. If the two said they didn't want to show up on TV, I would try to convince our parents somehow. Well, it mostly was Father moving to manage somehow. Trying to convince Mother always ended in failure. Doesn't that cost millions? Hikaru. Of course it would. They said they won big from a bubble of a something coin. Ka-Enchan said she is the sender, so there's no problem. I don't really get it though. I also knew Celica and Karen were earning money on the internet. My parents were unreliable, so I advised them to save their money for the sake of the future. But that might have been a big unnecessary advice for the two, to think they would be cruising the whole world. Then the two are doing well? Hikaru. It seems like the two are doing a lot of things and earning like crazy, you know? Even though they didn't show anything like that when Anichan was around. I see. Hikaru. Mother hates me. Her comparing me to her well-brought-up actual daughters was a daily occurrence. If Celica and Karen are doing well, I should be happy about it. That's one thing I wanted to know, and it is great I learned that. But my chest hurts. Mother. I was suddenly brought to this world. And am doing my best. I have almost died. Hikaru. That's why I ended up spilling those words out. Did I want to be praised by Mom? Did I want her to at least say that she is happy that I am alive? I know Celica-chan has told me that you are facing tribulations that could kill you. You must have had it rough. Like really? I could see pity from my mother for the first time. Just that alone threatened tears to fall down from my eyes. But those tears instantly drew back at the next words of Mother. I am truly glad that the one who was chosen was you. Mother said, laughing with a red face. She said that, just thinking about that being Celica-chan or Ka-Enchan, it brings me shivers. Well, isn't it great that you managed to survive? Yeah. Is that so? Yeah. You might be right. I managed to survive. So that's great. Hikaru. I don't know what I am even saying anymore. Mother poured herself more wine, and she really looked in bliss, gulping it down, and there's no doubt she really doesn't think anything of me. Did I want her to be worried? Did I want her to say kind words towards me? Did I want her to say you have worked hard and show sympathy? Even though I wanted to ask a lot of things, my throat compressed, and words were not coming out. Chapter 125, Mother and C. I didn't want her to notice my tearful voice, so I couldn't speak for a while. Mother probably won't be speaking with me. She is simply silent while stirring her glass. After a few minutes of silence, a ta-a-a-roo sound rang. It is the phone in Mom's room. Ah, so noisy. Even though I went through the trouble of leaving my smartphone behind, they even call me all the way here? What's with this? Saying this, Mother picked up the phone and just left it hanging. She is originally a person that finds calls to be a pain, but it has gotten worse. No, maybe it was always like this when she was drinking alcohol. Couldn't it have been something important? When she said she left her smartphone, there's no doubt she meant leaving it at home. I can see a tablet at the corner of the screen. So she must have deemed it enough to just have that. Because of the influence of my little sisters, Mother was on the tablet's side at a pretty fast stage. Where's Father? Hikaru, can you please not talk about that idiot? He has been staying the whole time in the casino just because there's a dealer with a bit of bust there. I can't deal with him. Looks like Father is the same as always. The call connecting to Mother was the worst of the worst. And I am feeling terrible here, but I can't go cutting off the call here. Mother, there's something I want to ask. Something I have to ask. Hikaru, what's the matter? I don't know anything complicated, okay? Ask Celica about that stuff. It isn't anything complicated. Nanami died, right? Uncle and auntie too. Do people think I am still the culprit of that? Hikaru, thinking about my number of viewers, I think I am still suspected to be. However, there's obviously the chance I am not. For me who doesn't open the messages. No, even if I were to open the messages, I don't know the truth. It is not like I can read the newspapers of Earth or watch TV. My only connection with Earth are those messages that I don't even know who was the one who sent them. It was crazy with you being called the culprit. Even completely unknown people would come complain to me, and Celica accompanied me in order to do the procedures to move overseas, so that it was a relief. But no matter the place in Japan, TV crew members and all other places would be following us, and it was the worst. My bad. Sorry. Hikaru. Well, we arrived in America, and no one knows of us now. Celica gave me pocket money to play around, so I am feeling like I have joined the celebrities though. Right. I have bought a new car, Aston Martin. I was having a drive on the West Coast, and it was the best. The evenings of Santa Barbara, the sun would dye everything bright red. Mother talks up a storm in a good mood. In the end, she just wants to talk about herself as much as she can, and she is not the type to listen to others. Even if that's towards her son that was suddenly transferred to another world and she won't be able to meet directly anymore. That's why, if I were to speak in between, she would just be displeased, and there's low chance of her giving me the answer I want. Right now, I must ask her no matter what. Mother, I don't have time. Please tell me at least if the culprit has been caught. Hikaru, thinking about it normally, the chances are low that he hasn't been caught yet. He had blood on him, and his fingerprints must have been left as well. Of course, I must have been listed as a suspect too, but not investigating because of that. Is not possible. I think if they were to investigate, I think they would immediately find the culprit, or maybe it would be hard to arrest them unless they have more incriminating evidence. Of course, if I were to open the box that is the message inbox, that information might be there somewhere. But I have no way to confirm the verity of it. If the whole world hates me and there's someone who sends messages with lies just for the amusement of it, I would just be played like a fiddle by them. Anyways, if it is Mother, she wouldn't go out of her way to lie about it. But the answer of Mother was something unexpected. Who knows? I don't watch the news. In the first place, I have been on this ship almost right after you went off. At the very least, they haven't caught them in that time, I think. Maybe they haven't caught them yet? I see. Thanks, Hikaru. As I thought, that reality made my heart grow heavy to a mysterious extent. It is a shame, but that's something I had factored in already. It means that I have to live my whole life being treated as the killer. More importantly, there's something that bothered me. Mother, you believe that I am not the killer? Hikaru, if the culprit had escaped smoothly from the crime scene, it would be a situation where I am the only possible person you could think of. Or more like, there's no basis for it not being me. Anyways, the situation and the evidence was saying, Kurose Hikaru is the culprit. Mother loves gossip, and I can imagine her making noise for amusement in a TV program or whatever about me killing my childhood friend and leaving to a parallel world. It is weird that she doesn't believe that. At first, I thought you did it. But just before Mom was about to say the reason, the sound of something rang at a slightly faraway location. After that, a voice speaking in English or something. Someone came. What could it be? HMPH. She stands up listlessly and walks unsteadily. It seems like the video call sticks to the person I am talking to, so the screen follows just like that. Mother confirms the outside from the people. I can't tell with just this room, but she said she is having a trip all around the world, so that means this is a passenger room, just from the looks of it. I can tell it is pretty extravagant. She said Celica gifted it to her, but it might go as far as this being hundreds of millions worth with both of them. Hey, a hotel man, or hey manager? An important-looking person is standing there though. Did that guy do something? Maybe cheating in the casino? By that guy, she is referring to Dad. Our parents are a married couple that I can't tell if they get along or not, but Mother has forgiven all the cheating on her and money wasting of Father, so even if we are very different from a normal household, you could say they get along. Wouldn't it be better to speak to them? Hikaru, don't want to. They might try to make me take joint responsibility. Won't the mafia step in? You know about it too, right? He is a true idiot after all. Further is the son of a Yakuza, and the type of person that would get moved from doing too many stupid things. I barely have any memories of him doing anything father-like, but he was somewhat better than Mother. I don't think he would go cheating at a place like this, right? They are saying something in English from the other side of the door. I know a bit of English, but an urgent call from her daughter. Mother, I think it is a call from Celica. Please take the call. I have things to ask her after all. Hikaru. Tilda. Really? Can't be helped then. Mother opens the door and it seems that calmed down the manager. They were worried something might have happened. They said something about an urgent call from your daughter and passed a phone to Mother. I obviously can't speak to her directly, so I have no choice but to speak to her with Mother as the intermediary. But if it is Celica, she should have the answer I want. Celica-chan? What's the matter? Yeah, that's right. I am talking to Anichan. Ahahaha. She must have told her to tell me something on her part. Mother looked over here and the moment she opened her mouth, the connection between Earth was cut and it returned to just a status screen. It must be because 20 minutes ran out of time. Hikaru. It felt like I was suddenly dragged back to reality. I don't know what Celica was about to say. Did she want to put one complaint in, or something else? I already don't care anymore. With just the fact that Mother didn't even know about the culprit having been apprehended, the answer had been given. If she gets calls on the regular from Celica like that, there's no way she wouldn't know about the culprit having been arrested or not. Even if rotten, they are still family after all. They would definitely tell them if he has been arrested. In other words, that's how it is. But if my family is all doing well, I am glad. Hikaru. I am glad that Celica and Karen seem to be doing good too. Hikaru. Even with me gone, the world still continues turning. Everyone has their own lives, and even if I am in a parallel world. Even if I were to die, it wouldn't change. As if collapsing into it, I jumped from the wharf to the sea almost instinctively. Rather warm sea water wraps up my body. I move my heavy body and swim to the open sea. I am truly glad that the one who was chosen was you. Just thinking about that being Celica-chan or Karen-chan, it brings me shivers. The words of Mother resonate in me. I don't want to think about anything. Me being hurt by the words of my mother must have been the best entertainment for the viewers. I don't want them to see me in that shape. You were. Hikaru. I continued swimming without knowing where I was heading to. My body that was trained from the dungeon explorations didn't get tired from something like swimming, and I felt as if I could swim all the way to anywhere. That's why I swam, so that my tears and my despair are not seen. Chapter 126. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 4256. 4. Anonymous from Earth. So entering the dungeon really is prohibited. The lynxes are going to dry up with practically no work. 8. Anonymous from Earth. Are there no cat grannies that would come give food to lynxes as a hobby? 12. Anonymous from Earth. The guild is inactive too. What do the people with no savings do at this time? 22. Anonymous from Earth. They should at least have some to live for 10 days. 34. Anonymous from Earth. Naive. You must not underestimate the ones who live day to day. The saying not holding overnight money seriously does exist. 41. Anonymous from Earth. Do those kinds of guys live the 10 days just drinking water? 50. Anonymous from Earth. Didn't they stuff themselves with the party before? 56. Anonymous from Earth. 41. Licking salt too. 63. Anonymous from Earth. For 10 days? The humans of that world have high consumption, so it would be impossible. 67. Anonymous from Earth. I feel like, rather than those stupid explorers, the lynxes who are saving money to make a contract with a great spirit are more stable. 70. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru-kun, with the entrance to the dungeon being prohibited, he seriously doesn't seem to have anything to do. 77. Anonymous from Earth. Refrigeration, who could pull an indolent introvert, is gone now after all. A world where there's no PCs, no smartphones, and not even TVs. You have to find something to do for yourself, or there really is nothing to do. 81. Anonymous from Earth. I would like him to do his best in an optimistic manner like Alex. It is okay to ignore the camera and live a raunchy life with Refria, you know. 85. Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of that, Karen was the only one streaming yesterday. Where was Celica? 94. Anonymous from Earth. Karen, Celican has gone away for some business. There doesn't seem like there will be a big event, so she will only be showing up in streams when there's movements. Sorry Niitilda. So she says. 95. Anonymous from Earth. He really is getting 10 gold. First he should rent an apartment. He would have more credibility if he has a fixed address. 99. Anonymous from Earth. He is a foreigner after all. 101. Anonymous from Earth. Didn't the staff member say something weird just now? 103. Anonymous from Earth. Love twin birds. 105. Anonymous from Earth. Love twin birds. Umau. 107. Anonymous from Earth. UL got a MBA kidding oh me. 110. Anonymous from Earth. The guild staff even said it with a straight face. 115. Anonymous from Earth. Even though Refrigeration set such a party name, she still managed to show up in the guild with a proud look. 124. Anonymous from Earth. The mental resilience of Refrie-sama really is made of iron. 133. Anonymous from Earth. If only it was something cool like twin wings or something like that. Did she simply use bird because her family name is Ashbird? 137. Anonymous from Earth. It seems like since the time they were diving together, their name had already been stealthily registered as that. Of course the other parties would be too scared to get close. 140. Anonymous from Earth. The expression of Hikaru made me wheeze. 148. Anonymous from Earth. That's the face of someone who got splashed water while they were sleeping. 151. Anonymous from Earth. If they were to see Hikaru enter the dungeon alone, he would get mocked as the love single bird. 157. Anonymous from Earth. Refrigeration went back to her home without disbanding the party. Doesn't that mean she totally intends to return? If she were to hear it has been disbanded, I am sure she would be shocked. 169. Anonymous from Earth. But will Hikaru be okay? Walking around aimlessly. He has completely burned out. 174. Anonymous from Earth. He lacks so much spirit that I don't think he would say burn in the flames of darkness. 190. Anonymous from Earth. He began fishing. 198. Anonymous from Earth. What a sad back. 207. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was an angler. Ha. 235. Anonymous from Earth. He is getting a whole ton. Even though it looks like a trash fishing rod, I want to try fishing in a nice kite too. 239. Anonymous from Earth. It is like the fishing in an MMORPG. 244. Anonymous from Earth. Stop the hard to understand comparisons. 248. Anonymous from Earth. As expected of a world filled with energy where food expenditures are not expensive. 257. Anonymous from Earth. Food expenses are still high. It is just that the ingredients are cheap. On top of that, there's a lot of gluttons, so in terms of balance, isn't it that much different? 265. Anonymous from Earth. It makes me realize that the energy cost on Earth is too high. 270. Anonymous from Earth. There's no way spirit energy is infinite. There must be something to balance it out somewhere. A big something. 275. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that what the Demon Lord is? 283. Anonymous from Earth. In terms of the dungeon. Yeah. 297. Anonymous from Earth. Take for example the sun. It is radiating energy infinitely. It wouldn't be strange for there to be a planet overflowing with energy, right? 300. Anonymous from Earth. It is insides like this that makes it fantasy-like. Maybe because there's no problems with hunger, or because they have a common enemy that are monsters. There doesn't seem to be much conflict between people. 302. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is not around, and Karen doesn't talk much. So it is lonely though. In the viewer count race, they had perfect attendance to a superhuman degree, so it can't be helped. 309. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are superhuman. 315. Anonymous from Earth. Or maybe this is what youth is. 322. Anonymous from Earth. Did Hikaru fall asleep? 329. Anonymous from Earth. He was tired. He must have been tired. 337. Anonymous from Earth. The weather is nice too. Falling asleep while fishing in those days is something I get. 340. Anonymous from Earth. Doesn't look like there will be any developments for a while. Wanna go watch The Chosen in the meantime? 348. Anonymous from Earth. Well, peaceful times like this are needed too. It is just that it has been abnormal until now. 350. Anonymous from Earth. Jean had at some point in time arrived at Melchia. 358. Anonymous from Earth. Really? The highlight videos of Jean are well done, so I wasn't watching in real time. 370. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, is Jean searching for Hikaru? 389. Anonymous from Earth. She is. In order to keep the promise she had with Celica. The messages seriously dropped sharply after all. 399. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, if she were to sell the resurrection gem, she would get an astronomical sum of money, right? Would you normally pass something like that to someone? There's definitely a catch here. 412. Anonymous from Earth. You would use it for yourself. 420. Anonymous from Earth. She tried to. Jean-Chen tried to use it. 435. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know the inside of her heart, but Jean-Chen must have wanted to revive someone too. It simply showed up as no matches found. 450. Anonymous from Earth. It is a gem that revives an important person for you after all. That she tried to use it must be that she must have had some sort of emotion at least. The fact that she got hit with the no matches found must have been plain painful. 455. Anonymous from Earth. Even Hikaru might be hit with the no matches found. 467. Anonymous from Earth. Well, if that's the case, I can understand her giving it away. It does sound like it would be difficult to sell it. And if the person that owes you one were to use it and it shows no matches found, it would be the worst. 479. Anonymous from Earth. If she were to sell that to a noble and that were to show up, she might get burned at the stake. Like Jean. 480. Anonymous from Earth. Jean isn't the type that's too attached to money and items. From what I have seen of her adventures, it is way too clear that's the case. 486. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe Jane was trying to revive her true parents. 491. Anonymous from Earth. She doesn't reveal what's in her heart, so we can only imagine. In the highlight videos, there's quite a lot of emotional monologues, but they're all just invented. 529. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has woken up and has resumed fishing. He is really catching them all here. It really is an equivalent exchange of bait and fish. 537. Anonymous from Earth. It could also be that Hikaru is just that good. 541. Anonymous from Earth. His ability to erase his presence might be the best among anyone. 550. Anonymous from Earth. Something came. 552. Anonymous from Earth. System update. 555. Anonymous from Earth. So it really was an MMORPG world. 569. Anonymous from Earth. It is probably just stuff surrounding the status board. If it is adjustments to the world itself, then it is out. 580. Anonymous from Earth. Manual camera mode is here. 586. Anonymous from Earth. The automatic translation on-off is here too. 590. Anonymous from Earth. The manual camera is something Ikakin would welcome with big open arms. 594. Anonymous from Earth. It is nice for the people that don't want to show their face too. 600. Anonymous from Earth. Karen. Why is an update coming when Silicon is not here? 606. Anonymous from Earth. Karen is a girl that can't operate that well by herself. 614. Anonymous from Earth. Being able to turn the automatic translation off means that you can speak your original language. Looks like the Isekai language research is going to be stepping into the next stage. 621. Anonymous from Earth. They will be able to learn Isekai language without the translation function after all. I don't know the point of doing that when they have the cheat though. 626. Anonymous from Earth. If there's a second round of Isekai chosen, you can get points if you already learned the Isekai language beforehand. 639. Anonymous from Earth. No, just from the ones we know. There's several countries' languages, you know. It would be a different story if you could decide where you are thrown off to. 650. Anonymous from Earth. Celica said that there aren't many speakers of the Ringpil language. In that world, the population seems to be higher in the south. 654. Anonymous from Earth. Temporary filming stop ticket is here too. An update that's not so joyful for viewers. 658. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is dumbfounded too. 660. Anonymous from Earth. 1 CR for 10 minutes is too expensive. Even CR, if you are not a popular chosen, you can't get them easily, you know. 666. Anonymous from Earth. The daily requires 100 million unique accesses after all. Chosen with less than 100 million are in the majority. 678. Anonymous from Earth. It is probably God's way of telling those guys to increase their viewers more. 680. Anonymous from Earth. I don't think the person inside God is thinking anything, you know. 683. Anonymous from Earth. They really are going to create a few minutes of space they don't want to see. 690. Anonymous from Earth. I would like to see it at least once. Hikaru using a temporary stop ticket as he enters a brothel. 699. Anonymous from Earth. I would definitely laugh with the before-after. 700. Anonymous from Earth. They are going to be adding tools too. This is a godlike update. 702. Anonymous from Earth. A present came. 705. Anonymous from Earth. Selikatanin. 708. Anonymous from Earth. A video call with a relative. That's way too godlike service. Must be aiming for that attention. 710. Anonymous from Earth. I hate the part that it is a surprise. Won't the misunderstanding of Hikaru be cleared with this? 713. Anonymous from Earth. The fact that Celica still has the tools to stream even at the place she went makes her a really modern girl. 717. Anonymous from Earth. The state of the twins seems to be weird. 730. Anonymous from Earth. Celica. I was out, but I will join the stream. Geez, really? What's with this? Karen, Celican, calm down. What does it mean with relative? Celica. It means that there's the chance that it might connect to one of those two. Karen, what should we do? Celica. Anyways, they don't have phones on them. If we were to call the ship directly. What was the phone number? I haven't registered it. Karen, Celican, calm down. 735. Anonymous from Earth. The two are flustered like crazy. It is a relative, so isn't there the chance for it to connect to Sully? Karen? 746. Anonymous from Earth. In that case, they can manage somehow, so they are getting agitated by the other cases. 749. Anonymous from Earth. What kind of people are their parents? The parents that we get a peek at in the episodes of Anichan's past from the twins. They kinda stink of poisonous parents. 759. Anonymous from Earth. Don't you know that the mother's Instagram has been found out? She is enjoying a vacation from the money the twins have earned. In a sense, they are getting bashed even more than Hikaru, but their mental fortitude is apparently orichalcum level. It seems like it doesn't affect them at all. 770. Anonymous from Earth. Figures. Their parents are not normal either. 774. Anonymous from Earth. No one said that it was the money that the twins earned though. Even though the elder brother is doing his best in the isekai, she is only uploading pics of her playing at the sea or eating food, so she is simply fanning the hate for no reason. 777. Anonymous from Earth. Celica. We had them move overseas because of our own selfishness. So we have to listen to the requests of the other side too. That's what she said, right? Are there such admirable middle schoolers? 782. Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, they are saying that while aware that it would direct the animosity of their parents towards them, so Celica and Karen must definitely hate their parents. 791. Anonymous from Earth. The two went as far as saying we were raised by Anichan. It must be pretty complicated. 797. Anonymous from Earth. Then, are the two living alone right now? In America? 800. Anonymous from Earth. They must have hired a caretaker at the very least. It does sound like it would be dangerous if they don't hire a trustworthy person though. 812. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it the G.I. Jane-looking person that shows up every now and then in the videos that the two upload? 814. Anonymous from Earth. In America, those parents would be thrown into the slammer for neglecting their children. 815. Anonymous from Earth. I'm beginning to get nervous wondering who it is going to connect to. 816. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is getting super nervous here. 817. Anonymous from Earth. His face is so pale it is scary. 822. Anonymous from Earth. He must think he has troubled them for going to an isekai, so of course he would be scared. More so when his heart isn't prepared. 824. Anonymous from Earth. It connected. It is not Celica or Karen. Who? His mom? 826. Anonymous from Earth. This is his mom? You gotta be kidding. She is damn young. 831. Anonymous from Earth. An article somewhere said that Hikaru and his mother are not blood related, so maybe that was true. 837. Anonymous from Earth. His mother does look hot, but she is unbelievably cold. 838. Anonymous from Earth. Is she in a hotel somewhere? 846. Anonymous from Earth. According to her Instagram, she is currently on a cruise around the world. Even though her son is facing so much pain, she is so carefree. 850. Anonymous from Earth. They do say that family is the beginning of strangers. 851. Anonymous from Earth. Can't she contact them directly through cell phone? 861. Anonymous from Earth. Hint. Cruising the whole world. 870. Anonymous from Earth. Celica. Why her of all people? What criteria was it run with? Karen, we really should have had her carry a satellite phone. Celica, what about her tablet? Karen, as you can imagine, it is muted. Celica, geez. There's no choice but to contact the front then. So it seems. 872. Anonymous from Earth. If it were a satellite phone, it would be possible to contact her. If not, there should at least be Wi-Fi in her room. 876. Anonymous from Earth. It is difficult to call someone immediately in an environment where there's only internet. 878. Anonymous from Earth. Do your best, Celica. Phyto. 879. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is getting flustered to unprecedented degrees. 880. Anonymous from Earth. There's only 20 minutes after all. 881. Anonymous from Earth. The mother is releasing the presence of poison, but I am jealous at how young and beautiful she is. 885. Anonymous from Earth. She gives out this feeling of a celebrity or a mistress. If she was smoking a long and thin cigarette, it would be a jackpot. 886. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is calling the ship company like a machine gun. It is already redundant at this point, but being able to speak English is impressive. 890. Anonymous from Earth. Can't she call the person herself directly? 895. Anonymous from Earth. They are in the middle of cruising foreign waters, you know? It could connect if it were a satellite connection, but a normal phone won't reach. 897. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is close to snapping here. Even Karen is a bit scared. 900. Anonymous from Earth. Of course she would be. This is the chance of a lifetime here. 902. Anonymous from Earth. Won't Jeannie-chan be telling Hikaru the truth? 904. Anonymous from Earth. Jean is in the end just a stranger, so it is questionable whether Hikaru would believe it or not. If it had connected to Celica, everything would have been resolved. 905. Anonymous from Earth. To think that sending our parents off to a world to get rid of the hindrances would instead end up blowing up on our faces in this way. Celica saying that so frankly is cute. 906. Anonymous from Earth. Even though Alex is having a moving and tearful video call with her granny. Hikaru. 910. Anonymous from Earth. For almost all of the chosen on a cursory glance it seems to be an emotional surprise. There's a decent amount of chosen who have a weird atmosphere going around them though. 912. Anonymous from Earth. Jean was connected to her foster father, and they are talking, but it is pretty prickly. 913. Anonymous from Earth. What's 100 million person? TLN. Not really sure if it is the same as millionaire, so I will keep it as that. Maybe there's some other word for it? Greater than. 914. Anonymous from Earth. They were sent off because they were hindrances? Umau. 917. Anonymous from Earth. Their parents seem to be normally happy about it though, from what I can infer from her Insta. To think that was the result of getting rid of hindrances. 919. Anonymous from Earth. Won't Hikaru think they are living a happy and fulfilling life even without me? 920. Anonymous from Earth. 100 million person refers to someone whose net worth from stocks and FX surpasses the 100 million. 921. Anonymous from Earth. Earning hundreds of millions from cryptocurrency is just like them. It is so scary I can't put a hand on them. Playing with those numbers that just jump up and down. 922. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru thought that his little sisters and their parents were living together. 928. Anonymous from Earth. They are living together. They were simply thrown out on a worldwide trip though. 929. Anonymous from Earth. Mother. 930. Anonymous from Earth. This is a shit parent. I can totally understand why Celica and Karen were trying to distance themselves from them. 931. Anonymous from Earth. Where did the father go? Do something quick, damn it. 933. Anonymous from Earth. I am glad you were the one that was chosen. That's way too horrible. Do you even know what kind of experiences Hikaru has been living through? 934. Anonymous from Earth. The Instu is going to burn again. 936. Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean this mother has not been watching Hikaru? Even on the ocean, you can still go to the God channel, right? 940. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe she felt that way despite having watched him. Dangerous monsters show up in the Isekai, and a third of the chosen have legit died. 942. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know about Celica, but Karen would have definitely died if she had been sent to the Isekai. 945. Anonymous from Earth. That's not the problem here. 952. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if she had ill intentions in those words or not, but that's plenty enough to hurt Hikaru. 960. Anonymous from Earth. Of course. There's the factor that it would be better than the two prodigies, but would you normally say that outright? 966. Anonymous from Earth. I pity him from the bottom of my heart. Hikaru is on the verge of tears here. 970. Anonymous from Earth. She is a monster. 973. Anonymous from Earth. This is hell. 974. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is flustered to dead here. 980. Anonymous from Earth. If that were me, I would cut the call right there. 990. Anonymous from Earth. Honestly speaking, there's no real need to hold any connection with Earth, right? Don't worry about the viewership. Deal with things properly with the points you save, and just think about the world in front of you. That 100% leads to a happier life. 999. Anonymous from Earth. If you could simply do that, there would be no hardships. 1017. Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of chosen who are actually doing something close to that. It is not like they have a cameraman glued on them. So if you don't mind it, you forget it. Even Hikaru was acting solely on what was in front of him when he was trying to escape from the forest. Most likely because he was pushing himself to his utmost limit. 1024. Anonymous from Earth. It is not the time to get flustered yet. 1030. Anonymous from Earth. From here on, the misunderstanding will be cleared and it will get a turnaround, right? I can tell that. 1053. Anonymous from Earth. Celica. You can do it. Do your utmost best. 1066. Anonymous from Earth. She is getting transferred at every single thing. It is such a pain. 1080. Anonymous from Earth. The room phone. With this, we can win. 1089. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know what will happen in that win though. It will at least clear the misunderstanding. I want him to lead a fulfilling Isekai life. 1096. Anonymous from Earth. We could even see the rebirth of Love twin birds. 1105. Anonymous from Earth. He said he didn't want their love to be seen, so I wonder about that. No. They can stop the filming by using crystals, so 1120. Anonymous from Earth. If he suddenly gets positive and begins saving points for the sake of making out, I will laugh. 1125. Anonymous from Earth. The hot development of the room telephone and Celica's phone linking. 1129. Anonymous from Earth. The mother can't even hold a proper conversation, so just switch with Celica already. 1138. Anonymous from Earth. 1144. Anonymous from Earth. Why did she leave the phone hanging? 1148. Anonymous from Earth. The shittiest of shits. 1153. Anonymous from Earth. The father is apparently staying at the casino. 1157. Anonymous from Earth. That's right. This is reality. 1168. Anonymous from Earth. Were Hikaru and the twins raised in a crazy complicated household? 1170. Anonymous from Earth. Drop dead. 1178. Anonymous from Earth. The episode that let us know that the twins saying Unichan was the one who raised us was serious to the bone. 1200. Anonymous from Earth. No one wants to hear about your drive on the west coast. 1202. Anonymous from Earth. Your classic drunkard. Such terrible timing. 1218. Anonymous from Earth. Aren't the twins pampering their parents too much? Going as far as buying an Aston Martin. 1232. Anonymous from Earth. It is painful that I can understand the feeling of having hopeless parents like this. Hopeless people really are like this. Even with that, for Hikaru and twin, sis, they are without doubt their parents. 1244. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. It is okay to be more angry, you know. You have the right to be angry. 1251. Anonymous from Earth. It would have been nice if Hikaru were the type that could hate his parents. 1259. Anonymous from Earth. I see that she is the type of parent that is always drunk. 1268. Anonymous from Earth. God always has bad timing. 1277. Anonymous from Earth. It is not that God has bad timing. Hikaru's timing is bad. 1289. Anonymous from Earth. No matter what timing it was, I feel like the result would have been similar. That's just how poisonous parents are. 1290. Anonymous from Earth. She is a serious case of an alcoholic. You could even say that her natural state is being drunk. 1300. Anonymous from Earth. There's even chosen who got connected right in the dead of the night. You know, just being able to talk is already better than that. 1304. Anonymous from Earth. Why didn't it connect to the twins? Celica and Karen would have been fine too. Cries. 1311. Anonymous from Earth. People who got connected to their siblings are apparently super rare. I don't know what criteria it went with, but most got connected to their parents. 1319. Anonymous from Earth. They did say a relative. So it makes sense that's how it would turn out. Wouldn't it be more unnatural to skip the parents and go for the siblings? In other words, ending up like this was inevitable. Hikaru. 1330. Anonymous from Earth. Not only is her pointless talk long, Hikaru can't step in strongly, so I can get a peek of how their relationship between parent and child was. It is painful. 1341. Anonymous from Earth. Celica gave the order to go directly to the guest room, but they are taking their sweet time. Or maybe the staff members on their first cruise overseas are on that level. 1351. Anonymous from Earth. It is a luxury cruise ship where you forget about time and enjoy yourself, so even if told run as if your life depended on it, it would be hard to do. 1378. Anonymous from Earth. Oh, but they have arrived at the room now. Now if only the phone connects. No. It would be impossible to connect. They are going to be talking through their mother. 1388. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it okay to just tell him the important stuff briefly? 1390. Anonymous from Earth. There's only 2 minutes left. 1395. Anonymous from Earth. That mother wasted too much time gloating about herself. 1397. Anonymous from Earth. Open the damn door already. 1401. Anonymous from Earth. This mother. 1406. Anonymous from Earth. My parents are pretty similar to this, so just watching is painful. 1412. Anonymous from Earth. It looks like Celica is also weak to her mother. I can tell from how she speaks. 1420. Anonymous from Earth. Not all households have a relationship where you can speak to your parents on equal ground. 1424. Anonymous from Earth. Please hurry more. 1428. Anonymous from Earth. So irritating. 1433. Anonymous from Earth. Celica is also hurried as hell. Well, this is a chance of a lifetime after all. 1440. Anonymous from Earth. Just one word. Get one word in. 1441. Anonymous from Earth. 1443. Anonymous from Earth. Guy. Time up. 1444. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. 1447. Anonymous from Earth. It just doesn't go his way. To think it would end with just hell. 1453. Anonymous from Earth. Celica's. Yeah. The culprit that killed Nanami Onichan has been caught. The way she told her mother that was sad. 1466. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, sorry. I am going to end the stream here for now. I am gonna cry. 1470. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru just jumped into the sea. Is he going to be okay? 1476. Anonymous from Earth. He must be burning right now. There's no choice but to swim it off. 1499. Anonymous from Earth. Even so, if it is Jean should be able to do something. 1519. Anonymous from Earth. Will she? She is the type that lacks words, right? I feel like she would just aggravate things. 1530. Anonymous from Earth. At first, my heart stopped there thinking he was trying to kill himself there by drowning. Looks like that wasn't the case. 1543. Anonymous from Earth. His mother should seriously reflect about what she just did after watching Hikaru like this. 1556. Anonymous from Earth. Even so, if he meets Jean and Nanami and revives, won't his spirit recover back to form? 1570. Anonymous from Earth. I would be happy about Nanamitan coming back to life, but I am beginning to worry if that will transmit to Hikaru. 1583. Anonymous from Earth. If only God didn't go with a relative, but instead connected it to your number one fan as proper fan service. 1593. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru can barely trust anyone anymore, so I don't think just any words will be reaching him. 1600. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, we've got no choice but to believe Jean will do something about it. That overt girl. 1614. Anonymous from Earth. On top of that, I will pray that Hikaru, who has fallen to the darkness, won't get subjugated. 1643. Anonymous from Earth. I will send a message to Jean. 1655. Anonymous from Earth. I will respect you if it reaches her. Your average strong emotion won't be reaching. 1670. Anonymous from Earth. Live. Hikaru. You are beautiful. 1685. Anonymous from Earth. Eat something tasty today and sleep soundly. Time heals all wounds. 1750. Anonymous from Earth. My message reached Jin-chan. 1755. Anonymous from Earth. Whoa. God has descended. 1760. Anonymous from Earth. What did you send? 1774. Anonymous from Earth. Please console Hikaru. He is a really good guy. 1775. Anonymous from Earth. Make Jean his plaything. 1790. Anonymous from Earth. Jin-chan consoling Hikaru? Can't she do it? That woman. 1803. Anonymous from Earth. What did Jin-chan answer? 1832. Anonymous from Earth. If he is my type, I will think about it. By the way, the board of Jean is on fever right now. 1854. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being her type seems pretty low. He does have a cute face, but he is Japanese. 1862. Anonymous from Earth. Jean has done most of what she said she would be doing. If he really is her type, I think she will console him. 1880. Anonymous from Earth. They do say that people fall easily when they are being treated kindly while they are weak, but what's going to happen? 1893. Anonymous from Earth. We are going straight into a triangle between Rufria. 1905. Anonymous from Earth. I think the chances of it ending with he is not my type. An ending right there are higher though. Jin-chan is a lone warrior after all. 1943. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is back. That's a relief. He didn't just swim to a different continent just like that. 1956. Anonymous from Earth. If he were that reckless, things wouldn't be this sour. 1989. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I am looking forward to it. This would be the first time meeting a chosen for Jeanne herself. What's going to happen?